Hey guys, how you doing tonight?
Yeah, man, give me 10 minutes, 15 minutes, shit.
Yeah, right. Ryan's still going over there. I can hear him. He's
I mean, you'll go all night. Um,
If you guys want to go back to Ryan for 10 more minutes, that's
yeah,
fine.
whose house
I'm
do you think the
cool.
battery goes?
I just the last time he blew up on me because I didn't go. I was waiting for him and I'm not going to end it until you go. So you better. So now I'm going and now he's complaining. So I don't know. I can't figure him out. But whatever. It's okay. I'm cool either way. If you guys want to go back to Ryan's show for another 10 minutes and then we'll come back, that's fine too. That's cool.
That's cool.
So
Go for it. David Wilson, yeah, dude, the new A10's dope. Yeah, Dave's RC, he went.
sounds
He went
low.
live
Oh
Monday
really?
through
Okay, hold on a
Friday,
minute.
Marshall show.
I can probably fix that. Huh?
Moderator David Wilson.
So is the sound still low?
Lurking in the shadows.
That's weird.
You guys stoked for the giveaway this weekend? I am, even though I don't
Sound is perfect. Okay, cool.
usually enjoy them.
I got it all the way up. I can't turn it up any louder, so I'm surprised if it's low because it usually sounds pretty good. What's low is I got Ryan's show going here on my phone. So yeah, I know, Bill. It's um, listen, it's cool. The A10's cool. I'm not a fan of that little one. I like the bigger one. But I don't know. It's not bad. For that price too, it's not really bad. I just you just got the new E-Flight 1500 MM. What's the MM, Paul? MM. Hmm. The hum. The hmm. So which one'd you get, Paul? Why? Because of the sound, or it's not long enough?
Anybody who did their comment to the FAA and you send an email to me at info@podwritingmedia.com, put your YouTube name in the subject line.
P-51 1500 millimeter Mustang buddy couldn't look at it anymore and gave it to you. Really? The new P-51, the blue and yellow nose one that E-Flight come out with? Is that the one you're talking about? Wow. No problem, Hugo. I told Ryan I'd wait. It's not a problem. If you want to go back over there, go ahead. It's cool. He's going to end it pretty quick here, so I already told everybody to go back over there, and we'll come back here as soon as he's done. But whatever. No hard feelings. I hope you come back. The landing gear doors. Huh. That sounds fixable. What's up, Hal? How you doing? Hey, Tim. What did you miss? You haven't missed anything. We just got started. It was a few minutes late. I was waiting on Ryan. Like I said, the last time Ryan got... Well, he didn't get mad at me, but I told him, I was waiting for him, and he started kind of... he's kidding me, of course, but he was, teasing me that, well, dude, I'm not going to shut down until you go, man. Are you going? Are you ready? And, well, I'm waiting on you. Well, you got to start the stream. I'm not going to end it until you start. So tonight I started, and he's Now he's ragging on me that I won't wait 10 more minutes. I'm like, okay, whatever. I'd wait. I got no problem. He's really not. They're really not talking about the plane much. He didn't talk about the plane much anyway. I was kind of surprised. Um, you know, people are asking questions like what receivers in it, and he doesn't know. Okay, kind of think you'd know all that stuff if you're trying to sell the plane, but whatever. I know he's busy, so. But yeah, it just didn't seem like he didn't even go back and pick the plane up and show it around or anything. So I was kind of surprised. Um, but anyway, yeah, everything's cool. Is that what that's? Does it say pissing him off so bad he gave the plane to me for free? What was wrong with the gear doors, Paul? John Hill, hey man, you got your coffee with you? You ready? Yeah. Mike's RC channel. Gotta know stuff if you were the gear. Oh, wear the gear. Yeah, I guess. I guess that's true. Yeah, if you're gonna wear it, you better know it. Yeah. Listen, it's not. It's just that we all have an agreement that we're not going to step on each other, and I'm all. I gave Ryan the. I said no problem. I don't mind it a bit that he wants to do his release. Apparently, Horizon wants to do their releases on Thursday, so that's when Ryan has to do it. And I have no problem sharing that. And if I go a little late, that's not a problem either. I don't mind. Like I was saying last time, he was kidding me because I didn't start my stream that he wasn't going to shut his down. So I started mine about 10 after, and I let him know, and now he's mad that I won't give him another 10 minutes. I think he's just kidding a little bit, but anyway, I got no problem with that. It's you know he's been fair to me. I'm fair to him. There's no hard feelings there. He said that I was ragging on his P51 the last time. I really wasn't ragging on it. I just was giving you the facts on it. I brought my 51 out, made by the same company. Mine's a 1450, his is a 1500. Mine was $299. Still, right now you can get it for $299, and his was $549, $569. I didn't think the price was right. I think the plane's beautiful, but I didn't like the price. It's a whole new airplane. Well, no, I mean, yes, it is, but it's like he keeps saying, it's got the same DNA. It's got the same battery tray in it that slides in and locks and all that. So, it's not that different. But of course, yeah, it's all new molds and everything because it's bigger. And they fixed the gear door on the tail wheel, which I loved. They definitely upgraded that. So, but anyway, uh, I wasn't really ragging on it. I just didn't like the price of it. I didn't think the price was right. Now, so anyway, what I got here tonight is my. I believe this is made by StarMax. It's sold through Banana Hobbies. I don't know who else sells it. I think maybe General Hobbies, but I believe it's a StarMax made plane. Of course, it's RC Blitz work through um, Hobby Banana Hobbies. Everything's RC Blitz works there. So fly's fantastic. It's a great little flyer. It's a 3 cell, 2200. You might be able to jam a 2800 in it if you get one of the ones that are small, like a 2200. It's a pretty tight. Um, so the so this is the battery bay, which is pretty small. I'll show that to you. There's a little problem with the nose wheel I got to fix. But that's, and then this is the receiver area, which you can get you can kind of slide the battery through this opening. So if it's a long battery, you can get it in there. And then these come off for access to the inside here. They're just magnets. Um, that gets you access to the wiring for the landing gear and the motors and stuff, speed controls. So anyway, it's pretty cool. Um, it flies fantastic. I really love the way it flies. It's just really easy to fly. It looks good in the air. It's easy to land. Retracts are a little weak, but not too bad. Not to the point where they're going to break so much as just the way they're mounted. So the nose gear is kind of falling out of it because um, they had some like all thread going up through the mounts, and it looks like they had maybe a piece of wood or something at the top, and it fell out, and the screws kind of started pulling through the foam. So it's not gonna be a hard fix. I just got to get put something back in there to for the thread all to grab a hold to, and then tighten the nuts back up, and it's gonna be fine. So it's not gonna be a big deal to fix it. Um, but yeah, it's got kind of small wheels, for grass, but it's still I'm flying it off grass, and it's doing great. So I don't really have any complaints, guys. It's a good little plane. I like it. How you doing, honey Chuck? Good to see you, man. That's East Coast humor. Yeah, Mike RC. I would say it probably E-Flight is going to go smart technology because they want to sell you on that battery idea. They want you to buy all your batteries from them, just like everything else they do. And listen, this is not a knock. It's brilliant marketing, but they're trying to lock you into their stuff. They want you to buy, Spectrum radios and Spectrum batteries and Spectrum receivers and get locked into all their stuff. And of course, their stuff's not compatible with other stuff. So you can't plug anybody else's battery into a smart receiver or smart speed control and then take advantage of the telemetry you're going to get if you put a smart battery in it. So they're trying to sell you on that idea so that you'll buy smart batteries, which is smart marketing, but it's not. I'm not going for it. Listen, I had all this technology 10 years ago with my Free Sky stuff, so I don't need their late to the show smart technology. It's too little, too late for me. So, um, yeah, I'm not going to get roped into it. Nothing wrong with their batteries. It's actually a pretty good battery for the price. They're not overpriced. They're pretty good batteries. I've got a couple of them so far, and they're working really good. So, um, but the stuff I have, it doesn't matter what battery I put in the plane. It's going to give me battery telemetry. It doesn't care what brand it is. I don't need that extra little wire for the smart technology. My shit's already smart. I don't need that crap. No, they're not counter-rotating props, which is kind of odd because the other two planes I have, like the the B-25 and the DC-3 that I had on the table here a couple weeks ago, both have counter-rotating props, but this does not. These are both standard rotation, same rotation. So, yeah, I was kind of surprised when it came and it didn't have counter-rotating props, but it doesn't affect the way it flies. It flies great. Doesn't have any torque roll tendencies or anything. It flies fantastic. So, hey George, how you doing tonight, man? Rich, there's my buddy. How you doing, guy? Have version 1 changed everything in it and went for us. You have version 1 of this? I'm assuming mine's version 1. I've had it for quite a while. I didn't know they made a version 2. What did they change on it, Rich? Man, I'd love to hear that. What did they what did they change, and then what did you change? Oh, that's cool, honey Chuck. I do the same thing when I'm headed home from either work. Well, usually work. I'm listening to Dave's show or Blitzo's show or sometimes Josh and the GB Linden. So yeah, I do the same thing. On the way home, I just fire up my phone and throw it up on the dashboard and listen. So see, Rich, you got a couple subscribers now. You're going to have to do some content. Uh-oh. Welcome to the dark side. Your cockpit doesn't come off. Really? No kidding. Yeah, that's where the receiver goes. All the wires for the receiver are here. I don't have a receiver in it right now. Yeah, that's the access for the receiver. And it's got a Dean's plug in it came with for the battery. And it's magnetic on too. Tongue and groove in the front. Magnet in the back. Um, hey, Shadow. How you doing, buddy? Yeah, you have some kind of a group meeting with your school on Thursday nights, don't you? Hey, Mark Z. What's up, buddy? What'd you change on the landing gear? Did you put a different brand in it, or what'd you do? This is your favorite warbird, really, Shadow? Yeah, no kidding. Yeah, it's this is one of the ones I bought from Banana a few years ago. They had it on sale like for I want to say it was like 150 bucks. Um, it's 1500 millimeter, which sounds big, but on a plane like this, where the wings are so narrow, it's really not that. It doesn't have that presence like it's big, even though it's a 1500 millimeter. Because a 1500 millimeter single engine plane is a lot bigger than this. So yeah, this just because of the way it's scale wise, 1500 wingspan on a P-38 is not a big airplane. It's a big wing, but it's just not a big airplane. So TNRC basically ready, but all homebound in Idaho. Yeah, we're pretty much all homebound guys. They haven't given us a stay-at-home order yet here in Pasco County, but they did in Pinellas, which is Clearwater area south of me, and Hernando, which is Tampa. I think they got the stay-home order. We're in the voluntary. Be smart. If you can stay home, stay home. You know, but you know, we're not on any kind of lockdown yet or anything. But it's coming. My work cut the hours now. Um, we're normally open till 10 every night, and now we've cut back till 8. Well, actually 7:30 to the customer, but we stay in the store a half an hour later just to desanitize it. We're got all the disinfectant and stuff, and we're going around wiping everything down, and So we take that last 30 minutes to just do a final cleaning and disinfecting, and then it's ready for opening the next day. So changed all the great planes gear before electric gear came out. Really? Wow. Yeah, I hear. I got Ryan showing. I hear him rap. He's trying to wrap it up. Um, yeah, everything's pretty much shut down here. I mean, you can't go eat in any restaurants. You can go to the drive-through. Some of them still let you come inside and get your order to take out, but nobody's letting you sit inside. I heard Subway had all their channel their chairs and everything pushed all along the outside, and then they had three tables way far apart in the middle of the. And so I guess if you were one of the three people that could sit at a table, you could sit in there, but that's all they would allow. I hadn't physically see that, but somebody told me that. I don't know if they're still doing that, but to keep that safe distance and everything. They just they only let three tables go, and that was it. So hey, Matt, there you go. What's up, man? Yeah, get some. Just listen. I'll tell you what I do is I have a hard hat that I bought, and it's a cowboy hard hat, and I bought that because it had a flat area on the top where I could drill a hole and bolt a camera mount to it. So I bolt the camera mount to it, and I put my camera, the same camera I do my shows in here with, not this live stream, but when I do content. Um, I bolt the camera to my head, and then I go out and I just fly, and I just try not to move my eyes. I move my head and just keep tracking the plane with my head. Make sure I'm tracking with my head, and that works pretty good actually. I can usually keep the plane in camera. If I don't zoom it, I can always keep the camera in frame. But it's pretty far away some of the time, which, I can fix in editing. I mean, I can zoom it in some in editing, and then I could just cut out the where I'm way out there and piece it back together. But I usually just leave my video unedited that way, and you just see it all. But sometimes it gets far away. So I'm not crazy about that content, but I don't have a cameraman. There's nobody out at my field that knows which end of the camera to hold. So, I wish I had what Ryan has with a cameraman, or even Rich Baker. Love to have his cameraman, but I make do. Um, yeah, George. I think that probably if I was gonna get another P-38, not that I'm knocking this one, but this isn't going to be everybody's P-38 just because of it's just not that rugged. It's one of those that, this stuff is pretty delicate. And you got to be really, really careful when you move it around. It's kind of like my LX A10. It just doesn't have, the FMS A10 is so rock solid. I mean, you can bang it into doors and everything, and you might dent it, but you ain't going to break it. This you're going to break. You'll break these right off. I broke my A10 ones off a couple times already. Hanger rash. Just trying to get them in out of the house, and you bump it into something and snap. And F you, Air Marshal! Listen, I wasn't trying to rush you guys out of Ryan's show, just so you guys know. That wasn't my intent at all. And I told Ryan I'd wait, but last time he was razzing me because I didn't. He wasn't going to shut his show down until I started mine. And I was sitting there waiting to start mine until he shut his down. So tonight I told him, all right, I'm going to go live, so I'm ready. And then he seemed to get mad about it. So well, all right, whatever. No hard feelings. I'm behind Ryan 100%. So this is one from this is the one from Banana Hobbies. I believe it's made by StarMax. I think I'm not positive, but I believe it's a StarMax plane. Of course, it's sold under the Blitz RC Works. Um, Banana Hobbies is not that bad. Okay, way better than Hobby King. Okay, Banana will work with you. Where Hobby King really don't give a shit. But um, so yeah, it's. I don't think it's EPO foam. I think it might be EPS foam. If it's EPO, there's different versions of EPO. Um, so I'm thinking that if this is because I don't know, it's got a lot of flex. It's definitely not as brittle as the 810. So this could be a EPO, but it's thin. It's very thin in a lot of places, so it's still going to snap. You know, if you do something stupid, you're going to break it because it doesn't have a lot of girth to it. Like on these verticals, man, these things are super thin, so they just don't have enough strength in them because they're so thin. But yeah, I mean, feeling it and everything, I think it's probably EPO. Um, it's definitely more rugged than my A10. It's got more squish to it, more um, it just feels like it's going to take a hanger rash better than the A10 does. So, it's got a few issues, but it flies really good. It's a great flyer. 3S flies fantastic. Um, haven't had any real issues with the plane at all, other than just the last time I flew it, the nose gear came loose. I think there was a plate in there that they bolted to that maybe fell out or something. So I'll just make something out of some plywood. It's not going to be a hard fix at all. It'll be easy fix. It's in there. It's just kind of flopping around a little bit. It still steers and everything. That's still hooked up. It just doesn't have any place to really bite into the front of it. So it's kind of sagging. The gear sags a little bit, but not a big deal. I'll fix it. Other than that, though, it's been a great airplane. Fun to fly. Pretty easy on batteries. I put a 2200 3-cell in it and throttle it back once I get airborne, and I usually get about 7-8 minutes. Cruising. If you hammer it, with twin engines, it's gonna suck it up pretty fast. But it's super light, so the wing loading is like nothing. I mean, it's a very light airplane. Um, so yeah, it's I would guess probably with a battery, it's probably 3 pounds. So it's pretty damn light. Um, so yeah, it's a good flyer though. It looks good. It's a really pretty airplane. It definitely looks good. It's got a lot of detail on it. The superchargers are, on these covers, they're detailed out, and the guns in the nose, and it doesn't have any real detail in the cockpit. It's got a little bump for a dash, in an instrument panel, and a bump for a backrest, and a very undetailed pilot, but it's okay. Not a big deal. I like the invasion stripes all over it. That's cool. Uh, so yeah, it's just a cool airplane. I like it. Pull my finger, Kenny. Okay, Randy. All right, I'm pulling. Thousands of dollars of toilet paper. Yeah. Yeah, you know what you got to do? You go buy some toilet paper, and you put it on eBay and you let people bid on it. They can fight over it. You're liable to get a pretty good price for it. Some nimrods try to get $80 for a 4 pack of toilet paper. Well, that's just stupid. Let them bid on it. They'll get there. You know. So how long have you had your P-38, Rich? It sounds like if your cockpit it doesn't open like mine and stuff, either they're two different planes, two different manufacturers, or yours is really old. Because I'm sure they wouldn't have gone back to taking that away. There's no problem with it. It's never fallen off in flight or anything, so I don't see any reason for them to have undone that. Even I've flown this plane upside plenty of times, and it doesn't even come off then. Usually, if I've got a canopy that's a problem, when I fly it inverted, that's when I lose it. Like the P40, for instance. And now I could fix that. It just there's a few magnets missing. They were missing when I got it, so it doesn't like negative G's very well. That tends to. Um, I was way behind in the chat, guys, so I'm just going to try to catch up here. So, Air Marshal, tell me, why is your airfield closed? Oh, 10 years. Yeah, I haven't had this 10 years, Rich. So, yeah, so yours is older than mine for sure. That must be the difference. Um, yeah, this one's only about 4 years old, maybe. Yeah, probably four, maybe five. But yeah, it's not 10 for sure. Um, I because I fly it, like half throttle and stuff. My batteries don't even get warm in this. So I did that trick on my the 262. I drilled out the gun barrels to get air inside the fuselage, but this one, the battery doesn't get hot at all. It's very easy on batteries. It's kind of like the EC 1500. God, that plane's easy on batteries. Those big 5 blade screw props, man, that is just a cool airplane, guys. I love that thing. But yeah, this is a nice airplane. Just another one of my in my hangar. It's I love it. I've really been very very happy with this airplane. It just flies really good, and it looks really good. I left a few of the details on it off just because they tend to get knocked off. And um, okay, thank you, Pilot Ryan. You might be right. This might be the J Power. Um, now that you say that, I remember because, like I said, I bought it 4 years ago. That rings a bell because I looked it up on YouTube, and there was an older guy that had one of these. Said the same thing. Flies fantastic. There's some little piddly things you got to do that that he said, but overall it was a great airplane, and that's why I bought it. And I believe he was said it was J Power. So yeah, I think you're right, Ryan. Are they still in business? Is J Power still around? Did somebody grab their molds? Is anybody still making this plane? I got you, Dave. All right. Well, listen, this is for any of you guys. I don't know what your situation is, but uh, my flying field will never close. It's private property. The owner is not going to shut it down. We have the code to the gate. We can get in 24/7. And we do a lot of night flying there. So we even fly at night. I've been there 2, 3 o'clock in the morning some nights flying my night planes. So I've got 3 acres here, and I've got a FPV course set up for. You can drive trucks around it if you want, or we can fly quadcopters. That's what I do. I fly my racing quads around the course, and I even have it lit for night flying. We can do that too. If you guys got an RV or a camper and you want to come stay with me, I got plenty of room for you. I don't have any room in the house. My spare bedroom's full of airplanes. But if you bring your own place to sleep, camper, motorhome, whatever, I got plenty of room to park it here, and I can provide you with some power. And if you guys want to come hang out with me while this lockdown's going on, come on down. The more the merrier. I got plenty of room. We'll go flying every day if you want. My hours got cut at work, which I expected, so I'm only going to be probably working 1 or 2 days a week. So the rest of the week we can go flying every day. So if any of you guys want to come down, come on down. Dave, you can bring your dogs. I got a dog too, a little dog, and they can play in the 3 acres. It's all fenced; they can't get out. So you want to bring your dogs? Come on down, and we'll have a ball, and the dogs can have some fun, and you know. So thanks, Ethan. Yeah, it's I like the girl on the front end. That I don't know if you can see her. They spelled California wrong, but I think it says California gal or girl or something. And yeah, they spelled California wrong. So let's see. I guess that's pretty much the best you're going to see her. Guess I could hold it a little closer to the camera and give a shot at the girl. Yeah, it's one of these ones where they only put the girl on one side of the plane. So. Oh, crap. Raptor cam froze. Doggone it. Some nights it works perfect, other nights not so much. It's kind of weird. Yeah, it's working now. Well, no, froze again. That wasn't long. I mean, almost instantly. Yeah, so anyway, not a big deal. Yeah, but you're working from home. You can work here just as easy as you work there. I got internet. That's not a problem. Yeah, China form you. That's a good one, Chuck. Yeah, that's probably where it came from for sure. Yeah, exactly, Marshall. I know. I believe me. I know what you're going through. Yeah, right, Ryan. He won't miss work. He'll just be late to work. That's all. No, Wild Bill, I have no U control stuff. I tried that way back in the '70s, and that was the end of that. That was I didn't start with U control. I started in RC, And then I was flying with a guy one day who was just bragging about how great U control was, and I should try it. So I did, and yeah. After you've flown an RC plane, I don't know why anyone would keep flying U control personally, but to each his own. But yeah, definitely not my bag, not at all. But yeah, I definitely I got hooked on the RC stuff immediately, and yeah, I'm not going back. Yeah, George, that the extra is a good one to fly in tight spaces, because you can really hover that thing. It'll do a Harrier so nice that you can keep it tight and I got a lot of room here. I mean, and it's getting better all the time. I'm cutting trees down all the time. Cutting a whole bunch down for the new garage, so I'm gonna get started on that. Maybe tomorrow. I gotta go pick up a car tomorrow. A buddy of mine's son totaled a car, and they have to keep it for sure. There's a big lawsuit. It's going to go on for years, and they got to hold on to the car until that's settled. But he can't keep it in his driveway because it's a restricted development. So I told him no problem. I can keep it for him. So I got to go pick that up tomorrow and bring it here. The car drives, but it's kind of banana shaped. So I don't think he'd want to drive it down the road too far, but I'll be able to drive it up on the trailer, so that's not a problem. Exactly. Yeah, RC is so much more fun than control line. So yeah, I was already in RC when I got my first taste of control line, and yeah, I just you know, it's like these RC trucks versus slot car racing. I mean, it's like really. you know, I mean, I got slot cars. I used to do it when I was a kid, but holy crap! Now got a full powered truck or car or whatever that you can go jump over jumps and all kinds of stuff. And why would you want to play in a slot car track? Uh, you know, Again, to each his own. I've been to plenty of slot car races and enjoy watching them. For a little while. But am I going to sink my hard-earned money into that stuff? No, not a chance. I'll save my money and buy RC stuff. So, oh yeah, it's good. I was going to record it today, and I had to go pick up the car, and then I spent all day. You guys with trailers know that every time you go to use your trailer, there's always something wrong with it. The lights don't work. If it's got brakes, the brakes don't work. There's always something wrong with a trailer. It worked fine the last time you used it. You park it, and then the next time you go to use it, everything's wrong with it again. So I thought, I hooked it up this morning. I pulled it out, and I was ready to go get this guy's car. That was at 8 o'clock this morning, and um, none of the lights worked, and I just replaced them. They're all LED. So something was wrong. The wiring was bad. Whatever. So I finally, after spending hours trying to trace down where the problem was and everything, I finally just went and bought a whole new piece of wire, a 25-foot length of the trailer wire, the four lead wire, and I rewired the trailer and regrounded it, and finally got the lights working. And in the midst of all that, I had the car running at one point just to warm it up, because I thought I was going to take a few minutes to straighten out the light issue, and it blew a radiator hose off. It just came off the clamp slipped, and it came off the radiator. So I lost all my coolant, so I had to go to the parts store. And then two of the taillights on the car were out. So I had to go get coolant, get taillight bulbs, get wire for the trailer, get connectors for the trailer, go get water at Publix so that I had mix for the coolant. And by the time it was all said and done and I was ready to go get the car, and I wasn't really 100% done, but good enough, it was 3:30. And I was like, God damn. So I called the guy up and I said, listen, can we do this tomorrow? Because I could get there and back in time for my show as long as nothing goes wrong, which is not the day I'm having. So if something goes wrong, I'm going to miss my show. So how about we do it tomorrow? And he said, that's fine. So now tomorrow morning, I'm going to go get the car. And then tomorrow afternoon, I'm probably going to do my. And Paul, it's not a cooking show. It might turn into one eventually, but it's not a cooking show. It's I don't know what to call it. A nutritional diet, smart eating show. I'm just gonna. I printed off a bunch of stuff. I've got some. I got Subway's nutrition calorie count specs. I've got Wendy's and I've got McDonald's, and I'm going to use that data to inform whoever's watching the differences between a regular cup of coffee, which is 10 calories, and one of those mocha chocolate faux po, whatever the hell you call those damn drinks that are 660 calories. So there you go. 10 calories on a regular cup of coffee, 660 calories for one of those fancy coffee, mocha, whatever. So if you want to lose weight, you can't do stupid things like drink those stupid coffees. It's really that easy. You don't have to starve yourself. You just got to make better choices. So that's what the show's going to start off as. And if I get a big response and people want to know more about how to cook for themselves and everything, then it might turn into a cooking show because I do know how to cook. So, but it's not going to start off as a cooking show. That's down the road if it takes off, if it does well, if I get a lot of subs and a lot of questions, if people want me to do like live shows to do, so they can talk to me and ask me questions about, you know, different kind of exercising or whatever. Anyway, I don't know. We'll see where it goes. I'm going to put the video out there and we'll see what happens. I really just kind of want to give them some, fat people that have no reason to live. Oh, wait a minute. Those are lyrics to a song. um, a little support, a little, get them out of the depression because it's easy to get depressed when you're in this kind of situation. Teach them a little bit how to eat better without starving because definitely don't have to starve. I don't starve and I'm losing weight. Um, just have to eat the right foods at the right time. Uh, yeah, exactly. Eating a Big Mac is not your best choice at McDonald's. So, yeah, it makes a big difference. Just making listen. It can be as simple as the salad with grilled chicken in it or the salad with fried chicken in it. Okay, there's about a 500 calorie difference between the chicken, like the Southwest chicken salad I get. Grilled is like 330 calories. If you get the same salad, it's the same size, same amount of chicken, but it's fried. It's like 800 calories. So again, I'm not going to starve. Does the fried one taste better? Yeah, it does. But the motto here is nothing tastes as good as skinny feels. And if you keep saying that to yourself, and when you're at the grocery store looking at the fried chicken and the grilled chicken, and you keep saying to yourself, nothing tastes as good as skinny feels, then make the smart choice and get the grilled chicken or the rotisserie chicken. Right, Wendy's quarter pounder, exactly. Bad choice. But Wendy's has that grilled chicken wrap. You could also get that in the crispy chicken. Not a good choice. But the grilled chicken is like 200. The grilled chicken wrap is like 260 calories, I think. So that's what I have for lunch every day. Unfortunately, it's on the only place you can buy it is on the kids' meal. They used to have it on the 4 for $4, but they took it off of there. So now I'm eating a kids' meal, which is the grilled chicken wrap, and I get the apple slices instead of the French fries, and a drink, Diet Coke, 0 calories, and yeah, you know, I'm living on about 1,000 calories a day right now. Yeah, exactly, Michael. You're right. You losing 20 pounds would be like throwing a lawn chair off the Queen Mary. That joke's been around for a long time. We used to. There was a guy in the RC cars. Um, First time I used that line. Um, yeah, Ryan's gonna go get a bag of candy. Have some for me too while you're at it, Ryan. Appreciate that. Um, this guy, his name was Ron Paris. He's world famous back in the day. These eighth scale gas cars. Man, he knew how to build one of those engines to make some power, and he had the fastest shit on earth. But the guy weighed like 800 pounds, and they would load him in the back of one of those minivans where he took up the whole back seat. They took the middle seat out, and he would climb into this thing and sit in the entire back seat of the minivan, and he died many years ago. But yeah, one day we were at this, and somebody said, "Oh yeah, Ron's on a diet. He lost 50 pounds already." And I didn't say it. Somebody else said it. And I couldn't stop laughing. He said, "Yeah, that's like throwing a lawn chair off the Queen Mary." and I just thought that was a really funny quote. So, um, well, Kevin, that's a good. Absolutely, quit snacking after 7. Good advice. But if you got to have a snack, and you can't, you just can't live without eating something. Protein. Eat some sliced lunch meat. Don't eat carbs. Okay. A couple slices of lunch meat will curb the hunger without putting any carbs in your body, and you won't sleep on those carbs to turn to fat. So exactly, and this is what my show is going to be exactly about: is making those choices. And if you got to have something late at night, don't go get a bag of cookies or ice cream. Uh, you know, Go get or candy like Ryan's going to do. Go get yourself a couple slices of turkey or uh, chicken, ham, any kind of lunch meat. Don't put it on bread. Just eat the lunch meat. If you want to roll a piece of cheese up in it, that's fine. And that's a perfect snack. It'll curb your hunger, so you're not going to be hungry, and then you'll lose weight. Yeah, yeah. Ron Paris was huge. I mean, huge. It was unbelievable how big this guy was. He would not fit in this area here. Okay, he could not stand here without both sides would be rubbing on my bench grinder and my refrigerator. He'd be touching both of them. That's how big he was. He was huge. Um, I'm not exaggerating at the 800-pound mark. I mean, he really did weigh that much. I think he was actually nine. I think he hit 900 pounds at one point. Um, it was incredible how big this guy was, and and that's where I heard that joke. But yeah, nuts, almonds are good too, right, Kevin? And I bought cashews, and I bought some roasted peanuts. Another good night proteins, lots of protein. Good late night snack. Very very little carbs in it, so you can snack on those. And these things are just to stop you from making bad choices and going hungry at the same time. You just make some deep fried chicken. There you go. So anyway, yeah, that's yeah, exactly, Joe. That helped you lose weight. Exactly. Have a big bowl of ice cream about right now. Yeah. Listen, been there, done that. You know, many times. But I'm on a and I've done every diet there is. I've done the Atkins. I've done Weight Watchers. I've done what's that other one? Nutrisystem. I've done. I bought one. It was a kit. The guy's name was North. I don't remember his first name. Um, that was another high protein eggs in the breakfast, and he had specific foods that you would eat at certain times of the day, and and they all work. I mean, I lost weight on all of them, but um, especially today, it's getting harder and harder to live on those. You know, you're supposed to eat every 2 hours. Well, I don't know about you, but I sure as hell can't eat at my job every 2 hours. Um, so that plan doesn't work. Um, wow, really, Stinger? That's pretty cool. How much is 200 kilograms? What's that in pounds? EQ Saturday. George. KY flavored water. Yeah, we call it bourbon. Yeah, there you go. Oh my god, that's hilarious. 600 kilograms is only 80 pounds. Oh crap. I think one of my legs weighs 80 pounds. Oh, that's hilarious. uh, 1 kilo is 2.2 pounds. So a 200-pound guy is over 400 pounds. Yeah, that's 440 pounds. Holy shit. Yeah, I'm nowhere near that number. Wow. But that's good for those, I mean, they're willing to, put them on a weight program. That's fantastic. Yeah, Marshall, that's a fat bastard for sure. Yeah, I'm about half that. I'm about right now. I'm right at 230. Um, it bounces around, but 225, 230. Yeah, technically, I'm considered obese. I mean, because my what do they call it? Your I don't know. There's a term they use, and yeah, I would be considered obese. Yes, George, I get that. But you can eat. You don't have to stop eating. You just got to eat the right food, especially at this time of night. Especially. Listen, I did the Atkins diet. I was eating meat, nothing but meat, some salads, but meat all the time, and I was taking weight off. Like it took about 2 weeks for it to kick in, and I started dropping weight like crazy. I dropped about 30 pounds in 2 months, and I was never hungry because I never stopped eating. I was eating around the clock, but the only thing I was eating was meat. So yeah, it was hilarious. Everybody was laughing at me. We were actually at the big car event at Daytona, the Turkey Rod Run, and there was one of these giant vendors there that had this giant pork chop in the window, um, and he had a 2 pound scale, and I did some work on a guy's car there, and he repaid me by buying me lunch, and he says anything you want, so I want that pork chop. He said no problem. So he puts it on the scale, and the scale went boom right to It was a 2 pound scale, and it just bottomed it out. So he only charges for 2 pounds, and I ate the whole thing, and then um, I went back and got, what did I get? I think I cheated after that and got some ice cream. I was kind of mocking a guy that was laughing at me because he's like, "You're gonna eat all that?" And I said, "Oh yeah." And I did. I ate it all, and then I came back. I said I had to get my ice cream. He started laughing. He couldn't believe I ate that 2 pound pork chop and then was eating ice cream. But I had already lost to like 30 some pounds at that point, and my body was in high burn mode. So I could cheat a little bit with the ice cream and get away with it because my I was burning calories like crazy. That's what she said. You out already, Shadow? All right, buddy. Have a good night. Glad you made it in. It's good seeing you again. Yeah, my ex asked me once, how to she came out wearing these white skin tight slacks, and her ass looked like cottage cheese in those pants, and she asked me what she looked like, and I told her, your ass looks like cottage cheese. Go take those pants off. And she got really mad at me, and I just laughed. I said, "Listen, you asked. If you don't want to hear the truth, then don't ask. All right? I'm not going to blow sunshine up your ass. If you want to know the truth, I'm going to tell you the truth. You look terrible in those pants. Go take them off." So the next time she asked me, I said, "Oh no, we're not going down that road again. No, don't ask me what you look like. Forget it." And yes, this is a P-38 man cave. Yes, it's about a 1,500 millimeter wingspan. I think Pilot Ryan's right. I think it was made by J Power. It was sold through Banana Hobbies. Um, they call it Blitz RC Works, is what it's under the brand name there. I think they still have it. I bought this one about 4 or 5 years ago, but I think they still have it. I'm not positive, but I think they do. Yeah, George, I know. Yeah, my dad was a bourbon drinker too. Um, oh, that's good, Marshall. Yeah, Ethan, you certainly don't have a weight problem. So you're tall. You tall people, I hate you. No, I'm just kidding. But yeah, you don't have a weight problem. Yeah, exactly, George. Exactly. That I didn't need that visual, Dave. Thanks a lot. That was not the right answer. You mean what I told my wife? I don't care. That's the answer she got. I'm not blowing sunshine up her ass. You know, she looked terrible, so I told her. You look great. Move on. Hey, right? They're the ones saying it. None of them have asked about an airplane except Man cave. Everybody's talking about food. I didn't start this. I think Paul started it. No, I love the Flightline per P-38, but that plane came out after I bought this one. I already bought this one. No, I love the Flightline P-38. I'd like to get one day. You know, it's on my list. It's just a lot of planes ahead of it right now. No, actually, yeah, Banana Hobbies is still there, and they still have a lot of planes that in stock, but they have a lot of out of stock stuff too. I'm not gonna lie, I don't know how they. Um, yeah, Paul, exactly. I agree. So I don't have any problem making fun of it and that kind of stuff, and I'm trying to, but at the same time, I hope I can help some people. So that's what that was all about. Um, yeah, the it's funny. Banana Hobbies gets planes and then they stop getting them and then they get them. The P40 I just put together few months ago, the big giant one, 80 inches. That came from Banana Hobbies, and they still have that one in stock. I just looked like the night before last, and they still have those. And um, but they're out of stock of a lot of stuff too. I ain't gonna lie. But they have stuff. They have stuff that the only stuff they have is pretty much the stuff that nobody else has. Um, the only place you get the stuff that Banana has in stock is the stuff you can only get there. Sometimes you can get it from General Hobbies, but that's about it. Um, Banana's a big LX models company. They do a lot of LX stuff. So yeah, the disc golf game they have one now. They do with RC airplanes. It's the same course, but instead of throwing the disc, they fly the model. They throw an airplane, a glider usually, and then they try to fly it between wherever they got to go. No, my plan, Ryan, with telling the wife the truth was so she'd stop asking me. And after the second time she asked me and I wouldn't answer her, she stopped asking me. So it worked. I don't want to be in that situation. I don't want to have to tell her. I don't want to have to lie to her, and I don't want her to keep asking me, "How do I look at these pants?" So I just gave it to her so she'd stop asking, and it worked because she hasn't asked me again. She knows I'm not going to give her an answer anymore because she got mad at me. So I said, "Okay, fine, don't ever ask me again," and it worked. She doesn't ask me anymore. So there you go. Yeah, my ex-wife just they sent her a packet home today. She's been home for 2 weeks now, um, and she's going to be working from home now. They've got her. They brought her. They bought 50 laptops for any tech that doesn't have a computer at home, and she had her own computer here, so I got her online at her work, and so she's starting tomorrow, which she really doesn't have anything to do tomorrow because they don't run any payrolls on Friday. Um, so she's just got to run a couple of reports and stuff. A very light day for her tomorrow. So as of today, she's working at home, and she's been off 2 weeks with pay, and now starting now they're gonna have her just work from home. the other night I was there till like 9:30, and the bugs were bad that night. Usually they're not too bad, but the other night they were really bad. Mosquitoes and all kinds of crap. I always have some bug spray in the car, so I just sprayed myself down and kept flying. But I did notice the bugs were bad. So I maybe you're experiencing the same thing, Paul. Um, they didn't start. It was after sundown before the bugs got crazy. Before that, I didn't have any bug problem. There nothing. But man, after the sun went down, and I'm trying to put a battery in a plane in the dark, and and the damn bugs wouldn't leave me alone. So yeah, I went and got the bug spray. Oh yeah, guys, we're gonna recover from this. This isn't you know we'll recover. It's just listen. We're probably all gonna end up with the damn thing, at some point. Um, what you got to remember though is if we didn't do what we're doing, if we didn't lock down and stay away from each other and didn't spread it around, the hospitals have been overwhelmed immediately, and then everybody be out in the parking lot, and nobody being there wouldn't be enough people to take care of you, and the death rate would be much higher. So if we can slow this thing way down, and give everybody time to you know work the problem and get rid of that one and make room for a new one, we're all going to survive this. Well, not all of us, but most of us are going to survive it. Um, so it needed to happen. Maybe it should have happened a little quicker, but it's got to happen. So I don't have a problem with what they're doing. I know we're going to survive this. You know, I happen to live on a nice piece of property with no neighbors or anything, so I can do pretty much whatever I want out here. And um, yeah, it hasn't really been. The only problem now that I have with it at all is that they're cutting my hours. Because we're going to be open a lot less hours now, and we're going to um, probably at some point we're going to have we're probably going to cut off retail sales and only sells wholesale. They're probably going to make us stop, letting people in the store. We might be able to do like internet sales where they buy it, find it, and buy it online, and then we do a store pickup and we'll carry it outside and give it to them, kind of thing. My boss seems to think that might happen, and if that does, again, we're only going to be open. We're going to be open even less hours, and they'll just have to come make their pickups that much sooner, or you know. I backed up a little bit, guys. Let me get caught up. It's funny about the social distancing thing. Most people are respecting that pretty well. I was in the grocery store, and no, everybody was spaced out nicely, and nobody was crowding each other. A lot of mutual respect there. I was kind of impressed. I didn't think it would work, but it seems to be working. Everybody's staying away from each other as much as they can, and um, it seems to be working. Um, so I've been married twice, um, but the second wife has left and come back twice also. So so I can't get rid of her. She's like a bad penny. She just keeps coming back. Not that I want to get rid of her. I love her. I didn't want her to go any of the times. After the first time, I was so mad though. I didn't want her back. So she wanted to come back immediately, and I said no. So she stalked me for 3 years, and so I finally just said, "Listen, you always hated that I didn't need you for anything. Now I need you for your paycheck. If you want to come back, you're paying for everything." And she didn't even hesitate. She said, "Okay," and she's paid for everything, guys. She's paying for this garage that's being built, and you know, so of course, I don't abuse it. I'm still working, but she makes a good living, and she's kept her word. She's pretty much paid for everything. We were splitting all the bills 50-50 when I was working at Disney, but um, I've been taking closer to home. It's gone too much. She didn't like that. She really doesn't want me to work full time. She's made that pretty clear to me that she doesn't want me gone that much. There's too much to do around here on the property. She doesn't want to be alone that much. So she really doesn't want me working full time. I'm okay. Since she's paying the bills, pretty much. All right. So um, right now the airplane buying is on hold. Until we get the garage built, but that's okay. I'm okay. I got plenty to fly. I've got I think I still have 6 brand new planes in the box that I haven't put together yet, and I might start bringing those out to the shows on Thursday night because I got a couple of really cool airplanes in the box. So I might have to bring those out, break them out, start building them. I can't. A few of them are too build to build in here. They're just too big. And ain't gonna fit in here. So they're gonna wait till the new garage for sure. But I have a couple others that are smaller. For you Mustang lovers, I have an FMS Mustang, the 1450 Mustang, new in the box. It's the gunfighter paint scheme, which was probably one of their most popular, next to the red tail. Um, hey, Dennis Farley, good to see you, man. Um, One of the most popular schemes that everybody wants, and I still have one of those brand new in the box. Um, so that's one of my still in the box, and then I also have it like the same plane, the gunfighter scheme. I have the Park Zone one, the little one, the throw, the throw hand throw one. I have that plane still in the box. That same paint scheme, the gunfighter. So, oh, hang on a minute. It skipped way ahead, and I saw something about getting an email from UPS. Hang on a minute. Oh, so they're suspending their guarantee, huh? Oh, I probably got that because I'm a UPS. I'm on their notification list as well, so I probably got that same email. The Dolphins are predicted to go to the Super Bowl. Okay, really? Hey, $1,200, dude. That's life changing money for me, guys. Right now, I'm on a very tight leash as far as money goes. So yeah, $1,200. That's a big deal for me. Yeah, I think your dad told me that, Ethan. Um, we were talking one night late, and he was giving me a rundown of some of the stuff he has new in the box. That's where your plane came from, your P-47, right? That was still new in the box, and that's an old airplane. That's been gone for at least 3 or 4 years, and so yeah, because I have the same plane. Yeah, well, that would probably be the smart thing to do, Bill. You guys already know I'm not the sharpest tack in the room, so yeah, Dennis, that's good. Yeah, that's about a whole month's pay for me, um, or even more than a whole month's pay for me, depending on some weeks I work a lot more days than others because I'm part time. But yeah, that can easily be a month's pay for me. Yeah, same. I'm kind of on that same thing. Listen, I like Trump. I'm glad he's doing this kind of stuff, but I'm a big believer in see it when I'll believe it when I see it. So and since the IRS is after my ass anyway for something I didn't do, um, they're probably going to keep my check anyway. So I probably won't see it anyhow. I'm definitely not getting my hopes up. I seriously doubt I'll see that money. Yeah, Marshall, that's probably what's going to happen. I had an $1,183 return coming last year, and they took it. They kept it, and that's when I found out that I had a problem with the IRS. I had no idea, and it's from 9 years ago. So yeah, that's the funny thing, Photon. I don't have back taxes. I paid my taxes. Okay, I'm getting back penalties is what I'm getting fucked over for. They're penalizing me for not asking them to send me my money. In other words, I didn't file my taxes because they owed me money and I didn't want it. So because of that, they're penalizing me because I didn't file my taxes. And they knew exactly. They sent me the paperwork. They showed me exactly how much money I would have gotten had I filed my taxes. I would have got $2,700 over the years that I didn't file. So they kept the 2,700, and now they say I owe them another 4,300 because I didn't file my taxes. I paid my taxes. I didn't file my taxes. And only a few years. But the big problem was one year somebody filed against my social security number a write off from Capital One credit card. It was a charge off. Well, they considered that income, and I didn't put it on my taxes because it wasn't me. And on the thing that they filed, it's not me. It's somebody else's name with somebody else again's name preparing the taxes, and they tagged me for that. Now they've charged me penalties and interest on that filing from '09 that I knew nothing about, and I still don't know anything about it because it wasn't me. So yeah, I'm in a big fight with the IRS right now. So for not getting my taxes. Uh, so anyway, so yeah, I'll be really surprised if I see that money. Really surprised. You know, my money is on that they'll keep it. We'll see. I'll let you know. As soon as I find out one way or the other, I'll let you know. It's a good conversation. So Fireman's helping me out, by the way. He used to be a financial guy from oh god, one of those big name corps. I forget the name of it now. So he knows a guy. You know, he knows people. You know, he's going to do some contacts for me probably tomorrow, and see if he can help me out. So yeah, I watch Blanco Lirio every day. You know, I love his show. You know, he is one of the most down to earth, cool guys that just reports it like he sees it. He don't pull any punches. You know, he doesn't candy coat it. He just tells it like it is. So yeah, I watch him every day. I love his show. The IRS thinks you're homeless and probably dead. Oh, really? Wow. What makes you think that? I hope you're right, Captain. I really do. I hope I see the money. But I bet I don't. But I hope I do. He got in trouble with who trying to drive a car around the neighborhood? Ethan? Your parents or the law? Make that bet with 120 people. I can tell you if I get the money, I'm going to buy one airplane. I can tell you what it's going to be. It's going to be that FMS Pitts. That's the first plane I want. You know, I'm only going to buy one plane. The rest of the money is going to go toward the garage, concrete work and stuff, the prep before they come put the garage up. So, but I do want that Pitts. So that's the one thing I'm going to spend money on. Um, and it's only 279, so that's a good price. Um, so that's what's gonna. So you'll see that on the table here if that happens. I'll have it here on the table. Come on, Snake Eyes. Yeah, Randy, that's not quite the situation I'm in, but close. And I feel your pain. Um, now, Paul, you'll never see me on a Harley Davidson. Not a chance. Yeah, I filed my taxes last year, so I should qualify, and it was electronically filed with they have my bank information, so yeah, I'm supposed to get a direct deposit from them, you know, within a week, where they say it'll be weeks to months if you didn't file electronically before you're going to get a check in the mail. So yeah, Marshall, everyone should have filed their taxes. Yeah, that's a big should have, but for some of us, it's not. Listen, if you only made $3,000 the whole year, um, so you know you're getting your money back. So you know you paid your taxes, right? Because you didn't make enough money for them to keep it. So you know, and you decide it's not worth your time to file your taxes to get that money back because you just don't. You're so depressed you don't want to do it. Um, they'll be glad to oblige you. They'll take your money, and they won't tell you that you owe them any back money until they've been tagging interest on it for 10 years. Now it's up to an amount of money they want to go after. So now they're going to tell you, hey, by the way, '09, you screwed up, so we want all your money now. Oh, thank you. Yeah, they're definitely on our side, the IRS. They're lovely people. They really are. Farmer man, what's up? Good to see you, man. Yeah, I heard something about um, if you're collecting Social Security. I don't know about Social Security disability, but that they you don't get the check. I don't know. Fuck, they haven't even passed it yet. I mean, it's still got to go through the House or whatever. I mean, it probably will, but you know, it ain't ready yet. It's a government job, guys, and it's not going to happen overnight. It's going to take weeks. Probably months. Well, if you're supposed to get it tomorrow, Dave, yeah, they're going to have to put it in an SR-71. Yeah. Right. Social Security, no check. Right. That's what I heard. So, no, I filed last year because they kept my money. That's how I found out I had a problem with the IRS. When I filed my money last year and was supposed to get $1,183 back, I didn't get anything. I got a letter that said, "Thank you very much, but you owe us money. You still owe us $4,300 more because we're keeping your check for misfiling my taxes in '09." It's 19. You know, you're telling me now that 10 years ago I made a mistake on my taxes? So when I found out what it was, I said, it's not me. Well, you have to call Capital One and get this straightened out. Why do I have to call Capital One? It's not me. I don't have an account with Capital One. I didn't do this. I didn't file it. They did wrongly. And I have to fix it? Why do I have to fix it? So, yeah, I don't understand that. Listen, if you don't have an account with those banks, you can't get them on the phone. You know, Miss Automation says, you know, how can I direct your call? Say, uh, banking. Say, I lost my card. Say, I want to talk to, you know, whatever. And, you know, and when you say representative, well, I'd like to give you that. I need a little more information. You know, what's your account number? I don't have an account number. Goodbye. Yeah. Oh, thank you. Yeah. Yeah. If you don't have an account number, you can't talk to anybody. The HB 5717 in it. Right, Mike. 10 years ago, '09. Yep. I was, you know, 2019 for my 18 taxes is when they tell me that I don't, you know, I had a problem with my '09 taxes. What? Right. So, and there were a couple years when I didn't file, but I worked at Disney 2 years, 14, 15, 16. Well, um, you know, started in 14 and ended in 16, you know, mid-year, but it was about 2 years there. I filed my taxes when I worked for Disney, and they didn't say anything about this '09 Yahoo shit. You know, I got my money those years. You know, I got my money back that I overpaid. And then I filed last year. I missed a couple of years again because I was out with an accident and couldn't work, and you know, made a couple of bucks 1 year and a couple $1,000 1 year, and you know, didn't file. It was just like, what's the point? You know, I didn't know I wouldn't. You know, I didn't know I was gonna piss them off to let them keep my money. You know, I thought I was doing them a favor. You know, listen. You know, keep it. I don't want it. It's, you know, I don't feel like filing. It's not worth my time to file for what you're gonna give me. So keep it. So they did, and now they're penalizing me for it. So go figure. Like, we definitely like each other. That's why we're all in here because we have a lot of fun. Takes our mind off the crap. Um, you know, um, I love these shows. You know, I love hanging out with you guys. I'd love to go flying with you guys every day. Um, that's why I said if you guys, any of you want to come down, you know, come on down. You know, I don't have any neighbors, so there's nobody to complain or pass the virus to or from or any of that crap. Um, Grocery stores less than a mile away. You can walk there if you needed to, but so we go get supplies, come home, and we don't go anywhere. We stay right here. Everything I pretty much want to do, I can do right here. And when I want to fly big stuff like the jets, I go to the flying field because it's open. And if it's not open, I mean, I can open it because I have the combination to the lock. So, and he doesn't care. You're welcome to come flying anytime you want. That's just the kind of guy he is. And if he's done feeding the horses, he'll come fly with you because he loves this hobby. I mean, he loves it. All right, Jeff. We'll see you later, buddy. Have a good night. Photon, you're hilarious. Hey, are you working tonight? Yeah, my ex-wife probably could file head of household because I'm pretty much her dependent. I can't survive on what I make. Um, so yeah, I'm pretty much dependent on her. So she probably can legally file head of household. I only made uh, I only made $12,000 last year. 12 and change, which is below minimum wage. If I was working full time at minimum wage, I would have made more money than that. So, technically, I didn't qualify for the health care. So I changed jobs, and because I already got the insurance, I wanted to keep it. So I make enough, just barely. Got to make 14.5 to qualify for the Affordable Health Care Act, and I'll make that this year. So yeah, I'm officially uh, minimum wage, which is basically what that is. Um, I think there's a hungry mosquito in here. Something keeps landing on my arm. Oh, is that right? If she files head of household, I can't file. Well, I have to file. And listen, I've already done the not filing shit. It's a bad idea. I gotta file. They made that very clear. You gotta file your taxes. She must have said it 100 times. You gotta file your taxes. You gotta file. That's the answer to every question I had for her was, you have to file your taxes. That's the only thing she could just sound like a parrot. That's all she could say, over and over and over again. I asked her, listen, I wanted you to keep the money. How would I have gone around this so that you would keep my money? You have to file your taxes. So if I filed my taxes, you would have sent me my money, wouldn't you? Yes. I said, I just told you I don't want the money. I want you to keep it. What do I do so that you keep my money? You have to file your taxes. Okay. I give up. You win. Yeah, okay. I swear to God, it was like talking to a parrot. Yeah, Michael, I feel the love too. Part of the reason I only make that much money is by choice. Listen, I can go back to Disney, especially now, and that's why I'm thinking about it, because The union just start next year. Minimum wage at Disney will be $15 an hour, which is a lot more money than I'm making now. So I already called them to make sure I could go back, and they said yes. You can. You welcome back gladly. So I told them. So that's on the back burner. It's a possibility. If my wife retires, um, and we're in deeper than we can afford, then yeah, I'll go back to work at Disney. Um, because I can get $15 an hour full time there, and then bid all the jobs I want. They have no problem, for the bus drivers anyway. You want to work more hours, you can work as many as you want there. They don't care. Um, so people put up all the people. They're just like everywhere else. These guys don't want to work. They're supposed to work. Friday night, and they don't want they don't want to work. They put it up on the board. You know, hey, anybody want this shift? It's Friday night from 4 to 2. 4 in the afternoon, 2 in the morning. Anybody want it? And yeah, a bunch of people are going to pick it up. People that want to make money. So it's not hard to get rid of a shift if you have one at Disney. You just put it up on the board, and somebody will take it. So I can take all the shifts I want, make all the money I want. Of course, I won't be home ever. I'll be working a lot, but it's an easy job. Yeah, I know Disney's closed right now, but that's not going to be for. They won't be closed next year, and I wouldn't go back to Disney until next year anyway. So, that's not a problem. Um, and I can promise you right now, Air Marshal, that the bus drivers are still working at Disney, even though they're closed. There are still people there that need to get around. So the buses are running at Disney. I promise you. The buses are always running at Disney. Not rain or shine. Hurricane, it doesn't matter. The buses are running. The only thing that doesn't close at Disney are the buses. No matter what, the buses never close. So, the parks are closed, but the resorts are open. And people need to get from one resort to another. And the only way to get it is through a bus. So, yeah, the buses are always running. That's why it's always easy to get a job at Disney driving a bus, because they're always hiring. A lot of people go there just for they go through the training just to get their free CDL, and then they go work for somebody else. And Disney's okay with that because the government's paying them to train people. They're on that, oh, but look at all the good we're doing. We're training all these people for a new career in truck driving or whatever. So the government gives them money to train us to drive a bus. So very few people stay at Disney after they get trained to be a bus driver. They go somewhere else. Most of the people go somewhere else. A few people stay. I had 13 people in my class. And out of the 13, it was only me and Kim, this girl driver. And then when I left, she's the only one left. She's still there. So out of my 13 drivers in my class, there was only one of us still working. So some of them got fired. Some of them quit, go work somewhere else. But yeah, it's there's only one of my class that's still driving for Disney. So that's why they're always hiring drivers, because they're constantly training over and over and over again. So, I got full time before I was done training. I was supposed to be a part-time driver, and I went online and it's called the Hub at Disney, and I went in the Hub and I applied for full time, and I got approved for full time before I was done training. So as soon as I got a training, I was a full-time driver. Well, right now I'm sure, even though the buses are running, they're not running full force. There's I think there's 400 buses at Disney, and I can promise you that they're not running 400 buses right now because they don't have to take people from the resorts to the parks, but they might have to take people from one resort to another. You know, if they want to eat like there's a restaurant at. Well, that's true though. They might not be allowed to use the restaurants. So, but there's a few buses that run. You know, people. You know, management's probably still at Disney. You know, still doing their work, and they park in a parking lot where a bus runs them from the parking lot to their office, back and forth. So that bus is probably running for sure. And then there's buses that shuttle people from. Well, I'm sure they're probably doing takeout. There's a restaurant at Animal Kingdom. So there's a bus route that takes customers or guests, sorry, guests from the resorts to that restaurant, and they're probably ordering food for takeout. So they can go get their food and come back. They can also have room service or dine dash. You know, there's 100 different options there. But trust me, the buses are running. They're always running. There's never a time when the buses are not running. You know, the middle of the night. You know, after 3 o'clock when everything's closed. Okay, most of the buses are parked, but there's still buses running all night long. You know, but most of them are parked after 4 o'clock in the morning because Magic Kingdom's usually open till 3. So by the time they get everybody out of the park and everything, it's 4:30, and those buses are parked. And then the only buses left are the ones running, management in and out of their parking lot, or maybe going to, different resorts. You know, guests needs to get from one resort to another resort. You know, that kind of stuff. You know, but yeah, the buses are never shut down. They're always running. Okay, so that's a good question, Farmer Man. So as a perk for working at Disney, you get 2 passes, one for you and one for your wife, significant other, whoever. Unlimited access to the parks. Any day, every day, anytime the park's open, you have access. You go as many times as you want. I also get 4 extra passes that I can take guests, friends, whatever, 6 times a year. So I have 4 passes to take, you know, a family, friends, whatever, to come down. 6 times I get to do this over the course of the year, to use those 4 extra passes to take people in with me. But my pass and my wife's pass are good all year round, and we can go as many times, as often, whenever. Park to park, doesn't matter. We can go anywhere we want, anytime we want. Even when it's shut down, we still can, because we work there, we have the option to go do it whatever we want. So that's a pretty good perk. What do you mean? You want to know if the buses are running? You mean right now, Ryan? Yeah, I guarantee you the buses are running. There's probably not very many running, but there's buses running at Disney all the time. There's never a time when the buses aren't running at Disney. No matter what the circumstances, the buses are always running at Disney. So right now there's probably maybe 10, 12 buses probably that are running right now, just to take whatever, they'll get a dispatch to go pick some guests up at some place and take them someplace, and they'll be, central dispatch will get a bus over to them, or somebody working late has to get to their car. Well, we'll send a bus, and then the bus will come pick them up and take them to their car. They have a private parking lot. It's actually called Pluto's lot. So there's a special run for that lot, and it's called the Pluto lot. And if you get on that run, all you do is drive back and forth. the Pluto lot, and then back to the pickup, and then inside Magic Kingdom, and then back to the Pluto lot. That's all you do all night. Is run that, and you're only going to do that till break. So at the longest you'll do that is 4 hours. The very longest, usually never that long, but the longest they can possibly have you run is 4 hours. Um, and I like those runs personally. Sometimes it's nice just to relax and not have to worry about greeting the guests and tying their wheelchairs down, and any of the annoying crabby kids, whatever. Sometimes it's just nice to relax and just do a robot job to go to the parking lot and back, and just kind of you know I also would take the run at both Epcot and the Magic Kingdom have a backlot shuttle that just takes employees to their cars. So at Epcot, you run all the way around the backside. It's a big oval. It's a big round circle. And, back there where all the worlds are, Japan and all those back there, well, at night when they have to get to their car, there's one lot that they all... So the buses run, and there's three buses running on that route. So there's always a bus, here, and in the middle, and you're just kind of round robin it. And you have to pick up all the employees and take them to their car. So you could get that run. I always volunteer for that run. I like that run. So if somebody says, "Hey, we need somebody to run the shuttle," I'll take it. So I don't mind that at all. Same thing at Disney. At Magic Kingdom. There's it's called the tunnel, and you go out the back to the tunnel and you pick up everybody and then take them out to their car. And it's another one. That's all you do. It's back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. And you do that until your break time, or till the end of your shift, depending if it's an after break time. So yeah, it's not a bad job. It's a pretty good job. If my situation changes here, I'm gonna go back. I love the job. The only reason I stopped going is because my ex came back, and we have to stay here because this is where her job is, and she makes good money. So, and at the time, my money was okay, but starting next year, it would be good money. So, yes, Josh, the buses always run. Dave, you heard right. I don't know where you're getting your information, but the rumor mill's right. The buses are always still running. Your head hurts from laughing. Yeah, yeah, he was asking people to pull his finger. I know. You caught that too. Uh-oh, hang on a minute. What's this one? What time is it in this room? It's your time. It's 11:07, Josh. We're on your time zone. Florida's on New York time. What is this? MS 1217. No, do not try to fly it on your own. Get some help. I would never ever tell anybody to fly anything that's new to the hobby on their own. Get some help. Get somebody to help you through it. Stand next to you in case you get in trouble. Don't try to do it alone. As cheap as this stuff is, it ain't that cheap. You don't want to just throw it away. So go to a flying field, get some help. Absolutely. I wouldn't even try to fly an apprentice on my own if I was new to the hobby. I know people want to, and some people do it and get away with it for a little while, but sooner or later they're going to put it in a tree or put it in something, and you know, yeah, get some help. 11:08. Yeah, well, it's 11:09 now. Yeah, there's at least a 30-second delay for sure. Yeah, I'm not 11 minutes behind tonight though. At least I don't think I am. I'm pretty sure I'm on. I think I'm on time tonight. Why not start now? Time is not a guarantee. Time to start what, Bill? What do we need to start now? Yeah, you can always catch a ride on the bus. Yeah, don't worry about what time it starts. We'll just call a bus. No problem. We got it covered. Listen, the reason I was emphasizing the bus thing so much is when I started at Disney, I was talking to a few guys that had been there a while, and they say you don't want to be on the boats and you don't want to be on the monorail if you're in transportation because weather will shut them down. If it rains, the monorail stops running. Well, lightning, and so do the boats. High winds, the boats, both the monorail and the boats stop running. You know, and but the buses never stop running, so you don't have to worry about getting sent home, which would have been a problem for me. Listen, if I drive 2 hours to Disney and then get sent home without working because the storms were not running, so go home, that would suck. So yeah, that was good advice I got right off the bat. That the buses never stop running, so you're guaranteed to work for sure. They're not going to send you home. You know, the buses are always going to be running no matter what, so don't worry about it. So that's why I was emphasizing the busing are always running because they drilled that into my head when I started there that this is the place to be. Listen, you're your own boss. You're sitting in an air-conditioned bus that's very well maintained. They take very good care of their buses. Listen, if you guys ever get the opportunity to buy a used Disney bus from Disney, they're auctioning off, and you want something like a motorhome or something, buy a Disney bus because they take very good care of that shit. I mean, very good care. You know, the air conditioning in those buses is so cold. People are constantly nagging me to turn it up. It's too cold. Can you turn the air conditioning up? Nope. Why not? I don't have any controls for the air conditioning, and that's the truth. I don't. The controls are in the back, locked up. I can't control the air conditioning. I have no control over it, so I can't change it even if I wanted to. So, and you can freeze your butt off in those buses. Man, their air conditioning works fantastic. So, yeah, that's for sure, Air Marshal. Anybody that thinks they're getting a real experience in the Sims, especially on takeoff and landings, are sadly mistaken. That thing's not realistic at all. It's fun, but it's not realistic at all. Which one of the guys I've been training has found out. He thought his hard days were over. He's got a flight sim now, and he practices every day. Yeah, he still can't land the damn thing. He can't even hit the runway. So Yeah. Yeah, they don't have a weight problem at all, Ryan, because they're always running. They're in great shape. Yeah, it's chilly in the bus. How'd you know? Have you been out on the buses over there? You're Ryan, you're on a roll tonight. I can see you driving a little bus. It's a 40-footer, buddy. It's a big bus. Yeah, that's what I drove. The big or the 75-footer, the bendy bus. You know, pass COD inspections. Whoa, whoa, holy crap! Everybody started writing books, and it just skated right on by. Holy crap! Honey check. And yeah, the Havoc doesn't behave the same for sure. Listen, the one thing for sure I can say that I like the sim for, it definitely helps you with your left and right when the plane's coming at you. You get that kind of orientation work. It helps a lot in that category. But as far as realism, and perfecting landings and crap like that, no, not at all. But if you want to practice, hey, it's fun. I mean, the Sims are fun. So there's nothing wrong with the sim and going out and playing with it. And it will help you with your left and right, getting your orientation down. And but yeah, as far as the landings and takeoffs and any realism, now. That's pretty much, it's about the best way to say it, George. You're right on the money. You know, you don't want to dead stick it in. You want to fly it to the runway. Using your throttle to control your altitude. You get you get your glide slope, your flare, and then you just minor touches on the throttle to keep it in that approach until it's wheels down. And you can grease them in every time if you're using the throttle. I love that airplane. Um, it just scrolled off the screen. I think it was Ethan. The Pulse. Yeah, yeah, that's a fun airplane. I love that Pulse. That's the one I lost on the maiden flight because my DX6i browned out. It just flew away. I got it back, but it wasn't worth anything when I got it back. Yeah, Josh, that's not a good plan. OCD inspection. Oh, I get it. Uh, didn't he spell it COD? Did he spell it wrong or did I read it wrong? Could have sworn it said COD. You know, it's funny you say that, Michael, about the Nerf plane idea. I was going to 3D print a plane out of that 3D material that's the real rubbery stuff. There's a material that you can literally like print. A guy printed a big frog, a tree frog, and then he did this to it, and then he let go of it, and it popped right back out to a tree frog. And I thought, well, if you built a plane made out of that filament, but had you know spars in it for the wings and stuff, it'd probably fly okay. But if you crashed it, it would just bounce. I mean, like a Nerf ball. So I really thought about doing that. I might still might. I'm thinking about it. I think if you get enough structural strength in to keep the wings from just folding up, um, it might work. You wouldn't get any hanger rash on it. You'd bang it into a wall or a door or whatever, and it would just bounce off of it. So yeah, I'm still thinking about it. I might try it. I might buy a roll of filament and print a plane out of it and see what happens. I've definitely given it some thought. I just thought it'd be interesting to try it. Thought it'd be funny. At the very least, it'd be funny. A one-hand stimulus package. Oh, the weather's been great down here, guys. I mean, spectacular. We have 80-degree days, sun's out. We haven't had any rain. The winds have been very calm lately too. I mean, it's been super great weather. Super great. Listen, the problem down here, honestly, not to be a smartass or anything, but the problem down here is getting somebody to go fly with you, because everybody flies every day. And you go out to the flying field and there's nobody there because they've either been flying in the morning or they flew yesterday. And so that's the biggest problem, is you go to the field and you're alone. And that's not much fun. Sure, yeah, I do it. But if I drove all the way out there, I'm going to fly. But you know, I left the last field I was at because I flew a whole year by myself. I was the only one at the field. Every day I went there, I was the only one there. And I just got tired of flying by myself. So I went over to this other field, which is a much better field anyway. It's farther away, but it's worth the drive. Um, but yeah, yeah, the weather's been spectacular lately here, every day, and right now I've got a few things going on that I haven't gone. I flew Sunday. Um, I was off Monday, Tuesday. I had to work Wednesday. Been working around the house and on the cars and stuff, so I didn't fly Monday, Tuesday, and then um, I was supposed to go get that car today. I'm going to go get it tomorrow. Um, so yeah, I got to work Saturday, reduced hours. I don't know if I'm working Sunday yet or not. They haven't put next week's schedule up yet, so I'll find out. Well, I could call tomorrow, but Saturday when I go to work, I'll find out if I'm working Sunday or not. And if I'm not, I'll definitely be flying Sunday. Um, but yeah, it's the weather's seldom the problem flying in Florida, at least at my field, because the field's always open. Like I said, it never closes. So it's usually not weather related that we can't fly. It's usually something else. You're working, something else is going on, or you can't get anybody to go to the field with you and you're going alone. And that's just not much fun. It just depends. I mean, if I'm doing videos on a plane, um, then I don't care if I'm alone or not, because I'm kind of got a regiment. I got a mission. I'm there to do something. So that kind of eliminates whether there's anybody there or not. But if you're just going out to socialize, have fun, and you get to the field and there's nobody there, that kind of sucks. Well, great, Chuck. That's good. Um, yeah, honestly, Monday and Tuesday I could have gone flying, and they did. Tuesday night they wanted to fly, but they weren't going to get to the couple of guys I fly with. They weren't going to get there till 6. Listen, I'm not driving 40 minutes one way to the flying field to fly for maybe 2 hours. It's not worth it to me. It's too far to go. So yeah, that's not going to happen. It's got to be worth my time at least. Um, and I didn't have any batteries charged, so I would have had to quickly charge, 3 or 4 packs, drive 40 minutes, get there at 6ish, and get all 4 flights in before it's dark, and go home. It wasn't. I didn't want to fly that bad. Really, Jermaine? Yeah. Is your wife just bad luck, or does she make you nervous? What's the story there? Is that what you got on the show tonight, Josh? Really? Is that? Oh, that's hilarious. You forgot the buses are always running and they're cold. It's chilly. you don't leave that out. Come on. Yeah, Josh is making the chorus for my song. Don't forget the buses, Josh. They're always running. Well, Mike, that's a smart thing to do. We've got guys out at the field that just never think like that. They just keep coming out to the field and crashing airplanes, and they just can't understand why. You know, they won't ask anybody for help, and they just keep doing. Isn't that Einstein's um, definition of insanity? To keep doing the same thing over and over again, expecting a different result. Yeah, that's what these guys do. They go out there and do the same thing every week, and they just keep crashing airplanes and go home thinking, well, I don't understand. What am I doing wrong? I just guess these guys are independently wealthy. The way they go through airplanes, because Jesus, you know, I sure can't afford to do that. Yeah, well, you should check the pride at the gate if you really want to learn to fly. Honestly, I never thought like that. That's why I never went through a lot of airplanes. I mean, I still had the plane I learned to fly. Because I left my pride at the gate. I wanted to learn. You know, so I had good teachers. I had some very good pilots teach me to fly. Yeah, it happens all. That's what these two guys out at the field. They're buying airplanes. They're way over. over their head, way over their head, and you know, and you can't tell them anything. So, am I awake? Of course, I'm awake. Farmer man, good night, buddy. Hey, go have some eggs. Commander's a good airplane. I got to fix mine. Had a midair with mine. But yeah, it's a good airplane. It's pretty. I mean, I like it. With the checkerboard on the bottom and everything, it's a cool looking airplane. I like it. That's why I fixed it the first time. And, the guy gave it to me because he broke it. And I fixed it. And then I was flying it and had a midair. So now I got to fix it again. I needed the spar, the wing spar, and they were out of stock forever. I couldn't get a wing spar for it. So I finally got one. So it's time to fix it. Oh, sure, farmer man. Rub the young thing in. Yeah, that's it. Rub that in our face. Young man, yeah, young me has to go to work. I'm just kidding you, buddy. Well, good, Jermaine. I'm glad we're helping you. I'm glad you're here, really, because really that's, you know, not. I mean, it kind of is the agenda, even though we're having a lot of fun doing it. Um, yeah, we're here to help. That's why I started this channel. Was I wanted to help people. All right, Josh. Have a good night, buddy. Keep working on that chorus line for me. I appreciate it. Boy, I wish I could answer the Aero Scout question, but I don't. I'm not familiar with that airplane. Um, I don't even know if that's a E-flight plane with safe in it or not. If not, I would say no. It's not a good plane to start with. I'd get something like an Apprentice. Jermaine, which planes are you building? Are you doing the flight test stuff? Um, because those are pretty cool. Night, Josh. Oh, is it okay? So is the Aero Scout that kind of glider-looking pusher plane? Um, it's like a high wing pusher kind of looking thing. Is that what that is? Because I think other people sell it under different names, but yeah, then absolutely. If that's got safe in it, absolutely, then that's a great plane to fly. Are you, Jermaine? Are you cutting your own stuff out, or are you buying kits? Yeah, I did the boat thing for a while too, Mike, and I would do it again, but you know, there's definitely a right and wrong way to do it for sure. Yeah, George, you know, when flight test started out with those things, I thought that was the coolest thing. I built a few of them myself. I even made my own designs. I built a B-25 um, that was coming out pretty good. I haven't finished it, but it looks pretty good. And using all the flight tests, you know, you know, their tactics of how to do it. Yeah, I watch their shit all the time, and yeah, those planes are cool as hell. I still want to buy one of them. The that single engine jet, um, the vegan. I think that's what it's called. Um, because I bought this extra jet for that airplane, and that's the plane I bought this jet engine for. Um, so yeah, one day I will I'll order that plane. Well, that's cool if they're throwing smart batteries in the ready to fly version. Then that's fantastic. Again, great ploy. They're just they're man. They got everybody. They're just casting that line and they're just reeling them in. And I'm not saying that in a bad way. It's genius um, marketing, and at the same time, you know, that's great that you're getting that good battery with it. So that's fantastic. Yeah, I like the Husky too, Stinger. That's a beautiful airplane. I really like the color scheme on it. It's a good looking airplane. Yeah, if I was starting today, um, I may or may not do the turbo timber. I don't know. I'd have to think about that one. It's not a bad choice. Um, but I would get the. I would absolutely buy the jumper T16 radio for sure. I mean, it just makes perfect. It doesn't make any sense not to. You know, it has like 70 protocols in it, including Spectrum. So it'll do everything the DX8 will do and more for a lot less money. I mean, a lot less money. It's 159 bucks. So yeah, the jumper radio now is the coolest thing out. I'd be all over that radio if I needed a radio today. Which plane are we talking about, Mike? Which plane are you going to bind in taxi? From what I've been reading and hearing on the jumper radio, Stinger is, man, it's fully it's got all the latest stuff in it. It comes with Spectrum in it. It'll fly anything that Spectrum's putting out, and everybody else as well. It does Free Sky, the same thing I fly. It does. I think it does High Tech, Fataba. It pretty much does all of them. You know, it's in it's 16 channels. It's Open TX, so it has the exact same protocol firmware in it that my radio has. So it's going to behave identical to my radio. Um, it allows you to do anything. It talks. It does everything. It. I can't. You know, it doesn't matter what brand plane you want to buy. If you buy the jumper radio, you can fly it. If you want to buy bind and fly stuff from Horizon, you can fly it with the jumper radio, and it gives you so much more for so less money than you're going to get with a DX9 or you know, it's just incredible. And it gives you the options too to use other stuff with it. You're not locked into one brand. You can fly. For instance, you can if you're not flying smart batteries, but you still want to have battery telemetry, well, you can always put the receiver in the plane. And I'm not saying you can still use the AS3X. You just put a second receiver in the plane, a little $19 4-channel receiver just to do the battery telemetry, and you can set both protocols up on the radio on that one plane and get the beauty of both your AS3X and safe technology, and you put a Free Sky receiver in it and put and get your battery telemetry without using a smart battery. I mean, if you don't want to, if I mean, it's just the the choices are unlimited with that setup. I mean, there's nothing you can't do with that radio. It's amazing. I'd be all over if I didn't need a radio right now. I'd be all over that thing. I mean, I just bought my set. Well, I didn't just, but my second Tyrannus radio is only a couple of years old, and I just don't need another radio. If I did, I'd be all over it. I wish Jumper would send me one to review, because, man, I'd be all over that thing. Why do you want to keep it all one brand to start, Michael? What's your theory there? Yeah, it's full support. Yeah, honestly, honey Chuck, it's gonna when you turn the radio on, it's gonna look and behave identical to your Free Sky radio. It's running the same firmware in it, so it's gonna act exactly like your Free Sky radio. The only difference is it's got to be an extra menu in there to pick the protocol you want to fly the plane on. That's it's just going to be a select on the menu, like you select an airplane, for your putting your picture on and all that. It's going to be a select menu for what protocol you want to fly the plane on. Depending on what receiver you throw in it, and you can fly anything. It's I don't see any limitations to that radio whatsoever. It should be able to do anything. And like I said, if I didn't, it's a shame I don't need a radio right now because I'd be all over that thing. I can promise you I'd have one. I wish the hell they'd send me one to review it because I already know it's going to get a great review. So what you're saying is the only thing you're buying right now is E-flite stuff because you want to stick with one brand and stay with the Spectrum technology, and so you're not looking at anything else. The only thing you're buying is Free Sky or the E-flite stuff. Oh, I understand, Pilot Ryan. And that you can't blame him for that. That's um, you know yeah, I can't say I have a problem with that. I understand. They're not going to warranty other brands because they don't have to. You know, they can legitimately say it was your radio that's caused the crash and nothing we did wrong. But I think Horizon has also stepped up to the plate more, and if it's definitely an airplane defect, like the first Havocs, where the wing was pulling off the fuselage and unplugging itself, I think they probably would have warranted that whether you were flying another brand radio or not. They knew they had a problem and they took it on the chin and did it. So Horizon's gotten a lot better over the years, and I think that's one of the things they probably would take care of. Because they would admit, yeah, we know we have a problem. That's what they did on my landing gear on my T-28, my giant T-28. They knew they had a problem with the landing gear. They said, yeah, we know. We'll send you new landing gear. They just sent me brand new landing gear for it because they knew they had a problem. So, oh, I see what you're saying, Michael. I got you. All right. Well, George, I've never had the option to mix and match until now. So yeah, when I bought my before I bought my Tyrannus radio, I didn't have that option either. But once I got the Tyrannus and I put a Spectrum module in the bay, a real Spectrum module. So kind of am flying Spectrum to Spectrum. When I fly anything that's E-flite, bind and fly. The module in the back of my radio is a real Spectrum module. So, you know, but now the jumpers come out with the module or the radio with all of them built in. Um, I haven't heard of anybody having a problem with it. Um, all the big reviewers are loving it. They just love the radio. Um, so yeah, I don't know what times are changing. Till recently, and when I say recently, like in the last 6 to 10 years, you really didn't have a choice. You know, that nobody had built anything that was broad spread that could go from brand to brand. And but now it's coming out. You know, I mean, Jumper's the first one to come out with a radio that had all these platforms available, and they're pretty new to the market. So, um, and I think it's exciting because it gives you so many options. I started mix and matching my Spectrum stuff at the beginning when I was buying from Hobby King. You know, I'd buy their orange crap, and and when I finally got kill that cricket. So you can hear that, huh? Okay, so this the mic works pretty good. You can hear the cricket. That's fucking. It's not even in the garage. That's funny. Yeah, I'm pretty now that they've come out with a full size jumper radio with the OpenTX in it. I'm pretty excited about that radio. Well, it's not a bad argument, Michael, for sure. I mean, I have to agree with you. You know, it's you know, it's a very good argument to make. Um, I um, I kind of feel like I am personally right now still flying Spectrum since the module is Spectrum made the module, and that's who put and I put it in my radio, so I am flying their stuff. So I shouldn't get any problem, and I haven't. They've never even asked me what radio I was flying. Anytime I've ever had a problem with Horizon, they've never asked me what radio I'm flying. So it's never come down to that. Um, but yeah, I can see where the jumper radio, since it's not flying a Spectrum module, uh, yeah, it might be a problem. You know, it's a good argument. It really is. It's definitely something to consider. You know, is it worth it to you to um, save the money on the radio to have the all that openness to do other things, or you know, I don't buy that many Spectrum airplanes, um, so it's kind of I don't know. I should it's hard to say that. I'd say at least half the planes I buy are Horizon planes. I would pretty close to half. You know, I buy a lot of their shit. I really do. I like their stuff. You know, I can't deny it. I do like their stuff. Yeah, I have a noisy cricket. I hear him. I can't believe you guys can hear that. That's hilarious. Because he's not even in the garage. He's outside. Of course, I don't have any real walls in here. I mean, there's a wall here, but up here in the rafters, it's open. You know, outside. You could throw a ping pong ball right over the wall, and it'd be outside. So I think the cricket's up in the rafter there somewhere. You know, outside the house, and the noise just comes right in. So it's funny that you can hear that. Jermaine, you got anybody helping you, or are you trying to do this alone? Well, Mike, the only thing I can say about you're going for the switch in time is it's that pride thing. Get over it. Use the switch. If you're gonna, if you gotta, if the first second the nerves come out over where you think just hit the switch. Don't try to save it. Just hit the switch. Just get used to using that to save it. I mean, you can always turn it back off and try again. But you know, it's that. Oh, I got it. I think I've got it. I think boom. Oh, I guess I didn't have it. you know, it's you're kind of not using the safe for what it's for if you're going that far. So yeah, just hit the switch. I tell the guys that are flying with me, listen, even if you're not in trouble, hit the switch just to get that muscle memory, so you know where it is at the spur of a moment. You know where it is. So I tell them, I don't care if you're having trouble or not, just hit the switch. Every so often, just hit the switch. And then turn it back off and keep flying. But hit the switch. And you get that muscle memory so that when you have a problem, you'll just hit the switch. It'll be a reflex. And then you save the plane. Mike, do you watch the Blanco Lirio channel? Didn't you ask me that earlier? I thought maybe it was you that asked me that. Okay, so the cricket heard you, I guess, because he just shut up. So no more cricket. See, he heard you. He must have read the screen. You guys don't like him, so he left. That's funny that he quits. I don't know why. That's hilarious. Yep, that's what I'm saying, Ryan. Hit the switch. Absolutely. I try to get these guys to remember to hit the switch. I don't care if you're in trouble or not. Just hit it anyway. So they get that muscle memory. They get that reaction. Where the switch is and how to get to it. And so when they are in trouble, they're not panicking and then like Mike's saying, he has trouble finding the switch. If you're practicing to use it, that's why I'm asking about if you guys watch the Blanco Lirio channel, because he had the guy on there that does a lot of flight training. And this guy's really cool because he'll actually go to an airport and walk up to airline pilots and ask them, in this scenario, what's the proper protocol? What do you do? And he gets all this information from these guys, and half these guys that are flying commercial airlines are doing it wrong. They're not answering the question correctly. And there is a right or wrong answer. So he'll go around and ask them all. Like what I think one of the questions was, what's more important, um, good stall recovery uh, ability um, or stall prevention knowledge? Asks all the airline pilots which is the better, to have good stall recovery abilities or to better being able to prevent the stall in the first place. So if you guys were airline pilots, how would you answer that? Well, Mike, if you're hitting it a lot because you think you're in trouble and you're giving up on trying to save it, then yes, it's bad. But if you're, what I'm saying is, when you're not in trouble, hit it just so you know where it is. You know, when the plane's flying absolutely perfect, just hit the switch for a second, turn it back off, but so you get that muscle memory where it is. So that when you're in that panic situation and you're trying to recover it and you finally get to that I can't do it and you hit the switch, it's not too late. Because if you get to that point and then you're like, where the hell's the switch? Okay, now it's too late. So that's why I'm saying to practice, still practice hitting the switch when you don't need it. So that when you do need it, you don't have that where is the switch? Because depending on what you're flying, if you're flying a jet, it's too late. You know, you're never going to save a jet. If you have to think where's the switch, flying a jet, it's too late. It's already in the ground. Right, Ryan. Prevention. That's the correct answer. You wouldn't believe how many pilots said good stall recovery, meaning they don't know how to not get the plane in that attitude in the first place. So so they're doing it wrong. And these guys are, you get on an airplane flying somewhere, and that's the pilot in the seat, the guy that thinks it's better to have good recovery skills. you know, yeah, so you can plan on getting into a stall situation, but he's got good skills, so he'll save it. You can bet your life on it because you're in the plane with him, so you better be betting your life on it. Yep. Yes, you won't believe how many pilots. Go watch that episode. I think it's a Flight Chops episode. Go watch that episode. It'll make you laugh your ass off. How many of these pilots have got it wrong, asking these questions? And that's this guy's all about trying to get knowledge out to everybody, not just airline pilots, but commercial aviation and private pilot and everybody. How to learn to fly your airplane. And one of the things he tells people is, listen, practice your landings. Don't just fly and take off, get to the destination and land. Just go out and practice your landings. You need to know what you can do and when do you turn around and go try to make an engine out on takeoff? When do you turn and try to go back to the airport? Well, there's no right answer there because it just depends on the circumstances. Wind direction, your airspeed, your altitude when the engine went out. So that you just have to know, but at least you can practice that. And the Patey guys were doing that one day. It was Mark Patey and I forget the other guy. They were both flying. One guy was flying a Cub, and the other one was flying a Husky, I think. Maybe they were both flying Cubs. I don't remember. But they were practicing engine out, return to airport scenarios, okay? And they started, I think, at 1,000 feet, and then they went to 500 feet, and then they went to 300 feet, then they went to 250, then 200, to see just how far they could go and make it back to the runway. And they spent the entire day practicing, engine out landings in case it ever happened to them. And would they turn around for the airport or would they keep flying straight ahead? And, know your airplane. That's what they say. Know your airplane. Practice your airplane. No, it's the same with an RC plane. Go out and practice. Practice your landings. I usually, on every flight, except the jets, I don't do a lot of practice landings with the jets because the battery consumption on a takeoff it just kills your flight time. So I try not to do too many touch and goes with the jets. But all my prop planes, I usually do anywhere from 9 to 15 landings every flight. I spend a good bit of the flight just landing, doing touch and goes, over and over again. That's a lot of fun for me. I enjoy that. And you guys would too if you if you guys would practice your landings, you'd start to like the landing stuff. It'd be fun. Most of you guys dread it. Oh God, I gotta land now. Oh, if you practice your landings, you'll get over that in a hurry. Then you'll be looking forward to landings. Yeah, exactly. The wide open. You know, yeah. It wasn't. Is that the one, Mike? Didn't you burn up a speed control overpropping it? Was that what you said on one? I think we were in another show, or it was my show Tuesday night or Monday night. I don't know. I don't remember. I think you said that you burnt the speed control up because you overpropped it. You get too kooky. Yeah, Michael, that's good advice. These guys that want to jump right out of an apprentice and get a jet. You know, I tell them no. You're going from a plane that maxed out at 40 miles an hour to a plane that can't go 40 miles an hour before it falls out of the sky. No, it's not a good choice. Get a warbird, get something else. Don't go to a jet right from an apprentice. Bad call. What do you mean, Raven Rock? Okay, guys, you always have to land into the wind. I don't care what direction the wind's blowing. You have to land into the wind. Okay? It's a must. It's so hard to land a plane crosswind or downwind. I mean, I know sometimes the runway it's going to be a crosswind, but you never want to be landing downwind. I mean, the plane you got to be going so much faster to keep it flying. And the wind's not helping you slow down; it's making you speed up. The wind's pushing you down the runway. Instead of flying into it and letting the wind slow you down, but you're still got wind over the wing to keep it airborne. It's completely opposite if you're trying to land downwind. I had a couple guys at the field doing that too, because I like landing this direction, but the wind's going the other way, man. You can't land this direction. And then finally, I stood there and walked them through it, and they saw how easy it was to land into the wind. They finally got it, and right, George, and that's exactly what Mike's saying he's doing right now. He's trying to learn to fly without it, and that's good advice. But at the same time, if you need it and you have it, use it. If you're in trouble, save the airplane above all else. You need to save the airplane because if the plane crashes, you're done for the day. Okay, I mean, you know, your day is over. If you can save the airplane and learn from it, you've got more chances to fly some more and get better at it when you won't ever need safe again. But these guys that refuse to use it and crash an airplane, well, now the day's over. You know, you're not getting any more stick time that day. You know, the plane's crashed. Okay, time to go home. That sucks. So yeah, as an instructor, that's what I always do. Um, I always make sure we save the plane. I'll either take the radio away from them or click the safe back on for them, depending on the situation, to save the airplane. Okay, we didn't have that back when I learned to fly. The guy would just take the radio away from me, and because they saved the airplane. Now the guys I fly with out here, their theory is, well, crashing's part of the learning, so you let them crash it. No, what are you standing here for if you're going to let him crash the plane? He doesn't need your help. What the hell? No, save the airplane. Learn from the mistake. We can put another battery in it. We can fly it again. And we can keep doing this all day long as we keep saving the airplane. When you stop saving the airplane, the fun's over. So, but yeah, you definitely want to get off the safe. And we've been telling Mike that for months now. George, and he's getting it. I mean, and it's good. And he knows he needs to get off it, and he's working toward that. And that's good. It's very good. But at the same time, if you've got the technology in your plane and you can't get to the switch because you don't know where it is to save it, well, it's kind of pointless to have it in the plane in the first place then, right? It's because you can't even use the damn thing. So that's why I always teach these guys, when everything's perfect and doing well, hit the switch anyway, just because the plane's not going to do anything. It's in perfect level flight, and you flip the switch just so you know where it is. You turn it on, turn it back off. Turn it on, turn it back off. So that one time when you need it, you know where to do it. Your muscle memory will go right to the switch, and you'll save the airplane. And then, you know, right, George. Never let them crash the plane. Yeah, we had, boy, buddy boxes were new back in the 70s, and very seldom used. I mean, very seldom. First of all, they were only, radio to radio. So if you were flying a craft radio and they're flying a Futaba radio, it didn't work. Um, and it was on a cord. It wasn't wireless like it is today. Um, it was a lot harder to find somebody to buddy box with. It was just not easy to find. So, and this radio doesn't even have a plug for a buddy box. This is what I was flying, and there's no buddy box ability on this radio. So it was, I'm flying, and they just take the radio away from me to save the airplane. So that's how I learned to fly. So and I still stick to that theory, but if safe is doing the job, by all means, let's use it. I'm not one of those guys that's against the technology, but at some point you have to get off of it. And I've got guys that don't want to get off it, and they're never going to learn to be good pilots, and never really going to enjoy this hobby. But Mike knows he's trying. He knows he needs to get off of it, and he wants to get off of it, and that's good. He's working his way toward the promised land, that he'll be off it for good and done. But at the same time, we want to make sure he can keep flying. So, if you're in a situation where you need it, use it. That's all I'm saying. Um, yes, Mike, and Safe has gotten a lot of people in the air. Because before that technology was out, people got in the air for 2 or 3 seconds and the plane was in the ground, and then they were starting all over, which, it's not. Um, you feel so dejected when you crash your airplane and go home. I still do. I mean, I've been doing this for 47 years, and if I crash an airplane and it's my fault, well, even when it's not my fault, but when it's my fault, then I really feel like shit. it's not my fault, then I know, well, there was nothing I could do. But damn it, I just lost an airplane. It sucks. So you don't go home happy. It's not a good day. But if you had greaser landings all day long and you're taking everything home in perfect condition, boy, it's a good day. You know, when you've got your people cheering you on, man, that was a great landing, oh man, and everything, and you go home with all your airplanes intact, man, that's a good day. I got to tell you guys, when you get to that, it's those days feel really good. Thank you, Paul. Yep. I love landing my airplanes. I just some of my flights, that's all I do the whole flight. It's just you know touch, take off, cycle the gear downwind, cycle the gear back down, come around, do my final, and land, and take off again. And I just do the whole flight, do nothing but just landings. Just keep doing touch and goes because it's a blast. When you get really good at it, it's tons of fun to do. So yeah, that's a lot of times that's all I do the whole flight is just land it. Um, it just depends on the airplane and the mood I'm in. Some days I don't feel like doing it, and then I just fly around. And some days I do a lot of aerobatics. Other days I don't. It's I usually have a routine, especially with like my Cessna and the new E 1500. I usually take off, especially with the Cessna. I take off and roll it inverted as soon as I clear the ground. And then I fly it around in a tight circle in front of me, like 3 passes inverted. Then I flip it over and do it again right side up, real tight, real low, wing in the grass. And then on the last, round, I come out and go straight down the runway, right on the deck. And then I'll go vertical up into a half Emblem and or a half Cuban 8. And then it depends on I do both. I'll roll it inverted and go outward, or I'll roll it over the top and then roll it again, and then usually get into loops and I'll do Cuban 8s, and then I'll do um, split S's, and it's a routine. I kind of follow the same pattern, and then I'll usually do a landing, and then I'll go up and do it again. After I do that short routine, it's usually about a 3 minute. The landing's part of that routine, and then I just go up and do the whole thing over again. And all right, George, hey man, glad you were here. It's good to see you, man. Have a great night. Okay, Mike. So when you say the unanticipated ones, what are you referring to? And hey, where did Dustin? Are you still in here? Listen, dude, I'm really interested in your opinion. I'm not trying to get into a pissing match with you. I what's the word I'm looking for? I respect your opinion. I want to hear from you, man. You said not necessarily. Okay, believe me, I want to hear what you have to say, Dustin. So, if you're still in here, you know, get back with me, man. I want to talk about this. I really respect your opinion, so I want to hear from you. Get into blimps and safe. Yeah, because those things are headed for the ground so fast, man. You need to know where that switch is in a hurry. Listen, blimps are cool. I have one. I bought it years and years ago. It was on a tether. It was remote control, not radio control. And then I converted it to radio control unsuccessfully because it was many years ago before we had all this micro tiny stuff, and it was just a little too heavy to be any fun to fly. Um, but it's a big Goodyear blimp. You fill it up with helium. It's about this long, probably about this big around, and it's got a gondola underneath it, a gondola, and it originally just had motors on it that were, I think they spun up and down past a 180. So if you wanted to back up, it would spin all the way around to the backwards position, but up, and it would blow the airship upward and backwards, and then it had differential thrust for turning. No rudders on it or anything. It was no flight controls. The gondola did it all. Differential thrust for the yawing, and it was a blast. It's tons of fun to fly, but it won't. You can't fly it outside because if there's any wind at all, it's gonna blow away. You can't fly it in any kind of wind. And like I said, it's very old. So the technology back then to have any kind of gear in it, hell, the cord alone that it was dragging up was too much for it. Um, and today with these super light batteries and the light tiny little motors and everything, it'd be easy to make it radio controlled today. And I probably will once I find it, but it's still not going to fly in the wind. When you've got that much surface, all right, with that much, when the wind hits a surface that large, you can't believe how much horsepower you need to push through that. And it's just, it's going to blow away. But it's great for inside. If you go to a gym or something, you don't have a ball with it. As long as you don't have wind, it's a blast to fly. So I took it, when I first bought it, my buddy has a marine mechanic shop. And I walked in the front door holding it, and then I let it go, and I started flying it around inside his place, and he was cracking up. He thought that was the coolest thing ever. It says Goodyear on the side. It doesn't have any lights on it. It doesn't light up, but it just a Goodyear blimp. It was so cool, and he just thought that was the coolest thing ever. And then I tried to make it radio control, and it didn't work. So when I find it again, and it's around here somewhere, I've moved a couple of times, and I haven't unboxed it yet. So, but when I find it, I'm going to put it. I'm going to get it out and put some real radio gear in it, so I can take it to the gym and fly it around like they do at the Lightning game or the hockey game or the basketball game or whatever you go to, and um, it's just cool. Yeah, Jermaine, that's the beauty of the flight test stuff for sure. When you lose the airframe, you may have $6 in it. Depending on how big it is, how many sheets of cardboard you needed. And that, if you like to build and you're good at it, it's a great, that's a great way to go. I have nothing against flight test stuff. Nothing. So somebody asks, "What's your next airplane?" Mine's going to be the FMS Pitts, the 1400 Pitts. That's my next plane. I said it earlier in the show that if I get this stimulus money, I'm going to buy that airplane. That's only going to take up $300 of the 1200. The rest of it's going to be for the concrete work on the garage, and it's going toward the garage. But and that's not for certain, but I will probably buy the Pitts. There's a lot of planes I want, and I just can't get them all. Um, but the Pitts is going to be number one. I also want that new air tractor that that E-Flight came out with. I love that thing. I want that really bad. Um, so that's another one. It's on my to get list. I want the 1700 Cub from FMS. They have a Carbon Z Cub 1700 size. I want that the Husky. I love that one. That's a beautiful plane. I'd love to get that. There's a couple more of the Aeros planes I want to get. I want that. The Aeros boxes aren't up there anymore. I want the T-28 from Aeros, and I want the Corsair. So those are two more planes I want to get. Um, so yeah, I got a big list of stuff that I want to get, and and I'm sure there's more, but those are my key ones I can think of off the top of my head. But the first one's going to be the Pitts. Um, I definitely want that plane. Wow, really, Stinger? They told you you couldn't fly your foamy there? Holy crap! Really? Wow. Man, you got some old timers that just don't give a. It wouldn't even have mattered if it was foam. If it was electric, they weren't going to let you fly. Because they hate the electric stuff, the battery stuff. They want to play with those stupid gas motors that half the time won't start. So that sucks. That's a shame you had a bad experience like that. See, I hate it when I hear stories like that. How do they expect this hobby to grow when you've got such negative people, as first contacts? You go to a flying field and nobody will talk to you, nobody will help you. They tell you what you want is wrong, only because they don't like it, not because it is wrong. You know, yeah, man, that sucks. Listen, the wood planes don't fly any really. The new foam planes are built so rigid, so well. They don't fly any different than the wood planes. When I fly my wood planes, I don't notice any difference in the way they fly. Apples to apples. I like when I fly my Cessna 150. If I put my wooden the Havilland Beaver up, they fly exactly the same. I mean, it's the wood has nothing to do with it anymore. It used to. When the planes were flexing a lot, like this plane, for instance. This plane's got a lot of flex in it. I don't know if you notice that I can move this entire boom. Okay? So, how does that affect the flight? Well, you kind of feel the mush when you're controlling it. You can kind of get that feeling that, you know, and you can see the wings doing, this kind of stuff. But some planes have a different feel. But honestly, today, that's all going away. The new technology now with the foam and the way that they're constructing it and stuff, they fly exactly like wood planes. You're not going to see any real difference. Um, you know, the only difference is they're not as forgiving. You have a hard landing in a wood plane, you're probably going to break it. Whereas a hard landing on a foam plane, the foam's going to give, and you may knock the gear loose or knock it even out completely, but the airframe's going to be fine, and you can just reglue the foam back in place and put the gear back in it. A wood plane's not going to be that forgiving. When you break the landing gear out of a wood plane, you're going to do a lot of damage. It's going to break more than just where the mount is. It's going to break a lot of it. So you're going to be rebuilding all around the mount before you rebuild the mount, and possibly even more. You know, there's a good chance. You know, if the landing gear's in the wing, you might even break the wing off, or at least crack it in a place that is going to require some more work. So yeah, the wood's very rigid and not near as forgiving as the foam. So just be aware of that. You know, if you guys want to get into wood airplanes, um, but if you're looking for a different flying experience, you're really not going to see it. It's they fly exactly the same. So you're flying Stinger. You're flying wood planes. You're not flying foam planes because those guys told you. Listen, that no problem there, Michael. I bought the beaver. I bought the wood beaver. I bought because it was what I wanted. And it wasn't because it was wood. It was because it had the look of what I wanted. You know, I wanted a big, high wing, airplane. And at the time, this I bought that before. Yeah, it was. I bought that plane before they came out with the Cessna 150. And I wanted a big, high wing, type airplane. Um, for doing different stuff. And I had the little beaver that I had bought from Fly Zone, and I wanted a big beaver, and nobody had a big beaver except the wooden one that I got through Hobby King, which was not made by Hobby King. The company that made that went out of business. I can't remember the name of it. It was like G. I can't remember, but it was an all wood, built up. Um, it was what I wanted. It had the simulated engine in the nose and stuff, and yeah, but I didn't buy it because it was wood. I just bought it because it was big and it was what I wanted. Um, and it just happened to be wood, and I don't have a problem with that. So I bought it, and it's been wonderful. I love that airplane. I love flying that airplane. That was the first plane I got a 20-minute flight on. And I put a big battery in it, and I was out soaring around for 20 minutes, and that was 6 years ago. That was unheard of to have a plane fly that long, an electric plane fly that long. It was unheard of 6 years ago. Everybody was like, if you're lucky, you get 3 minutes, maybe four. You know, so I was soaring that thing around for 20 minutes, and nobody could believe it. They do the same thing now when I fly a jet for 8 or 10 minutes. Everybody comes over like, how big a battery do you have in that thing? 4,500. What? Yeah. And they're astounded because they're used to the 3 minute flight that everybody else does. And when I'm up there for 10 minutes, it's like, holy shit. One guy came over joking around. He's looking at my airplane. I said, what are you looking for? He said, the solar panels. I figured you were charging batteries while you were flying. Dude, what the hell? No, no solar panels. It's called throttle management. But yeah. So so Stinger, do you have any foam planes at all? Nothing. Yeah, That's funny you say that, Jermaine. A couple of friends of mine, I they asked me to fix an airplane for them using my bamboo stuff and everything. And when I fixed it, I put a bag in it, a trash bag in the plane. And they looked at it and they go, "What's the trash bag in there for?" For the next time you crash. So you'll have a bag to pick it all up in. They just start laughing. They go, "Oh yeah, that's real funny." And I just laughed. I said, "Listen, look at it this way. Now that there's a bag in there, you'll never need it, okay? Because you know it's insurance. All right. Now there's a bag on board for when you crash it, so you're never going to need that bag now, because that's just the way that goes. If you already, it's like my Monte Carlo SS I had years ago. It was an '88 Monte Carlo SS, and I bought an extra nose for it. It was at the flea market, dirt cheap. Was just in primer, was unpainted. So I bought it, and my dad looked at me and said, "Well, why did you buy that?" And I said, "It's insurance." He said, "What do you mean?" I said, "Now that I have an extra nose, I'm never going to need it. I'll never crash the car," and I never did. I said, "I'm not, So I still have the nose. I mounted it on a piece. I painted it exactly to match the car, put the stripe on it and everything, and I mounted it on a piece of wood, and I hang it on the wall in my garage. It's not hanging right now but as soon as I get the new garage built, it'll be hanging on the wall out there. So, yep, I got a couple of boxes of sticks right here. There's the Sturman over here is a box of sticks. I don't know, you saw that the other night. I've got the next one I'm going to do is this Mirage over here. It's a Carl Goldberg airplane. It's a full built up powered glider, basically. I mean, it looks like a Cessna kind of airplane, but it's got a super big wing on it. So it's a glider. It's got a brushed motor and speed control in it, but it's a Balsa airplane. It's a full build. It's not a quick build. It's not built and covered already. It's sticks. It's full build stick airplane. And when I get in the new garage, I'm going to have an overhead camera, and I'm going to build it on camera. And so you guys that are only foamy guys can see how we used to do it. This is what we used to have to do to build an airplane. And then I'll finish my Christian Eagle. That's one of the quick build planes. That's partially, this is wood. It's a balsa plane with this plastic covering on it, not monocoated. This is actually I would say it's almost a foam with a plastic skin on it covering. So it's kind of durable. It's got a lot of stiffness to it, but it's balsa underneath. So that was the easy build, they called it back then. The easy build kits, where they were mostly built and covered, and you still had to do some stuff. Like this is the cowl for it. It's a Christian Eagle, and this is the cowl, which is it's fiberglass, and it could be some kind of ABS plastic actually. It's pretty sturdy though. It's a pretty strong. And you could leave it just white because the plane's white. Because I could just leave it this color, but there's decals to put on this. There's a big eagle head that's got to go on it, and either cut out these louvers for the vent or just paint them. I don't know, but yeah, this was an easy build kit. Still a lot of work. There's not much easy about it. You have to put all the wing. It's a biplane, so you got to put all the wing mounts, top and bottom, on it. All the structure for the firewall and the engine, depending on if you're going with gas or electric. All that's still got to be done. But the wings are built and covered. The fuselage it's mostly built and covered. Tail surfaces are covered. Built and covered. So you still got to glue all of them together, and then you got to glue all the mounts and everything to put it together. Then you got to glue the motor mount and what you're going to use up there together. And if you're going to put gas in it, you got to mount the gas tank and all that. So there's a lot of work to do still. But at least you've got a basic frame to start with and then go from there. the crash, the guts go into the what room? The orts? Or is that a typo? Oh, the parts room. Oh, I got it. I got it. Okay. The parts. Wow, you have a room for parts? Wow, that's awesome. Holy crap. You got a big place, huh? Got your own parts room. Yeah, listen. Um, when I first started flying, crashing sucked. I mean, it really sucked. I mean, it brought me to tears several times. Of course, I was a kid too, but um, now, I still get bummed, really bummed when I crash. But I don't, uh, I just know it's part of the hobby. You know, it's just gonna happen to all of us. Nobody's immune from crashing. Sometimes it's pilot error, and sometimes it's not. And um, it's just part of the hobby. So you just got to move on. You lick your wounds and you move on. You know, I don't buy foamy planes because they're easier to fix. That's just a perk. I buy these foam planes because how beautiful they are. The amount of detail that's in them. It's just amazing how good, and they get better all the time, which is even more amazing. It just how good these airplanes look. It's just amazing. You've got these, I mean, really scale looking warbirds that you would never have back in the day. The planes were boxes. You know, I mean, they're just. There were ways to make the fuselage round back in the old days. You would put a square box together, okay, and then you'd buy there'd be a big triangular shaped piece of foam, and you would glue that inside where the 90 degree is. You box that foam in there, right? And now there's a piece of foam, solid foam, covering that corner and diagonal across. Okay, well now you can sand into that triangular shaped balsa you put in there, and you can round that corner now. Okay, before it had to stay square, but now you got all that balsa in there. Now you can round it. So you start sanding and shaping, and and if you go too far, you can put a little piece of silk over it to cover the hole, or you can put more balsa in it and then keep sanding. And that's what you used to have to do, but you still couldn't get these panel lines and the little, all the little details. And you could stay there and most people would um, monocoat their planes, but if you're going to silk it and paint it, it's very hard to silk over an airplane and then put all this little detail in it. All the little rivet marks and the door access panels and the fuel caps and putting this dummy turbine in it. I mean, it would be a plastic turbine in a balsa plane. It would be a plastic cutout that you would cut out and glue onto the balsa, because you're not going to form that in the balsa. But now it's all foam. It's just foam. So it's just such a big difference than the old days. And the stuff is just so beautiful. And it's so affordable and beautiful. Um, you know, a lot of these planes, if I never flew it, I'd be just as happy to have it hanging on the wall or hanging from the ceiling or just sitting in my plane rack just to have it. Just to put it on the table tonight and show it off. And I don't give a crap if it flies or not. I mean, this one flies and it flies good, but if it didn't, I wouldn't be sad that I have it. Because if it didn't fly good, I wouldn't fly it anymore, and I just hang it up and look at it. It's just So the hobby's gotten so much better over the years. It's amazing. So But I've got several of the planes I have in the box, new yet, are balsa planes. Got a giant P-51 Mustang, a giant one. I think it's 85. Um, I think it's 85 inches. It's a big son of a bitch. It won't. It would never fit in here. Um, the it's a top flight kit, um, and I don't have any room to build it, and I would have no place to put it after I built it. So yeah, right now that's not even a question of getting that out of the box. And then I have this thing called a T clip. It's a high wing. I don't know, cubbish. It's a balsa plane, so it's square. It's not all roundy and detailed. It's a square box. It's got clear windows in it. Um, if you guys know what a rascal is, it's similar to that. Um, yeah, Michael, you're right. It doesn't matter if it's wood or foam. If you don't set it up right, your chances of it flying are not good. So yeah, you gotta make sure it's listen. Gravity is a law. Okay, it's that's why it's called. You can't bend it. It's gravity's gravity, and it's always on. Okay, so you have to follow the rules. Because it's a law. I don't know if anybody's ever put it to that way before, but think about it. You know. Um, so yeah, you got to make sure you've got your CG right. Everything's, if it, and it's funny because two guys I worked with at the Auto Zone when I worked there, they wanted to make an airplane one day. They were cut up. One of them got an idea, and the other one was like, yeah, 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 let's do it. And they wanted to just cut out a cardboard airplane and put it together to fly it. Neither one of them knew anything about aerodynamics, CG, or anything. They didn't know anything, right? You should see the stupid thing they tried. I told them, I went on Walmart. I said, for $10 you can buy this glider that you can slap together in 5 seconds and it'll fly. Why do you guys want to waste your time with the cardboard thing? And they kind of just looked at each other and and then they went and got cardboard and started cutting it out. So I let them. I want to watch. So let's see what they come up. So they built your basic stick-looking cardboard airplane. Don't know what CG is. They have no idea. They don't know anything. They don't know anything, right? So they try to fly it, and it literally just somersaulted, did a backflip. As soon as they threw it, it just did a backflip and fell on the ground. And I started laughing at him, and I said, "Not as easy as it looks, huh?" And they, what's wrong with that? Do you know what the CG is? What's that? Okay, I need a quarter and a paperclip. And they looked at me like, why? I said, just get me a quarter and a paperclip. So they did, and of course I paperclipped the quarter to the nose of the airplane, and then I put a little bit of up elevator in the stab of the airplane, and I threw it, and it was still tail heavy, but at least it went across, and it did a nose up at the end and stalled and fell on the floor, and I brought it back, and they were just like, oh my god, it flew. And I said, wait, it'll do a lot better. I need a nickel. So they give me a nickel, and I stuck that under the paper clip with the quarter, and I threw it again, and it just sailed all the way across the room, and they were just astounded, like, wow. And so it's amazing what people that don't know anything about aviation at all think anything can fly. And it doesn't need to be set up or anything. It just, if it looks like an airplane, it'll fly. No, it's not how it works. It doesn't have to look like an airplane and it will fly. But it has to follow the laws of gravity. And theirs did not. So yeah, Mike, I have the same two planes. I've quite a few more Mustangs than that, but I have those too. I have both red tails. I had the Furious Frankie 1700, and I sold it to a friend, and I know I'm going to get it back. You know, he's got it for now, but I'll get it back. He's not going to fly it, so one day I'll get it back, and he'll probably just give it to me. He might sell it back to me for much cheaper than I sold it to him, but more than likely he'll just give it to me. So I'll probably get that one back. And then I have three more 1450 Mustangs besides the red tail. But I have both of those. I have the 1700 red tail and the 1450 red tail, and then I have the B model 1450, the oh crap, what's that thing's called? Dallas Darling. Okay, that's a B model, so it's got the the Razorback like a P-47. Not the bubble, not the big bubble, not like the H model, or the D model, the bubble. It's got the back on it. And then I have the flight gunfighter 1450 D model. I have one of those too, and then I have, and these are all FMS planes. I think there's one more Mustang, FMS Mustang. Let me think a minute. No, that's it. That's it for the FMS. But then I have a bunch of other Mustangs. So yeah, I've got my Mustang fix too. The big top flight one that's too big to build. I've got that. I've got this piece of crap that was made by shit. What's the name of that company? I can't think of it right now. It was a piece of shit. Um, that was a ready to fly plane, so it came with the radio and the battery and everything, and it was the airframe was a piece of crap. I finally worked on it. Well, first of all, it was put together all wrong from the factory because it was an assembled, mostly assembled, and they did it all wrong. They had the control horns in the wrong place. They had everything wrong. They had the speed control in the wrong place. So the CG was way off, and it flew like crap. I finally sorted it all out and got it flying good, but it was still a piece of crap. And now it's my test bed. If I want to test a receiver or test a speed control or a battery that I'm uncertain about, I throw it in that piece of crap because if I crash it, I don't care. So that's my test bed for, anything that's questionable. Yeah, it's a real piece of shit. But I've got that, and I've got three of the little E-Flight, the UMX Mustangs. I got three of those. One of them's sitting right there with the tail off of it. Let's see, what else have I got in Mustangs? Well, the new one from Arrows, I got that one. I bought their 1100 Mustangs. I have that one. I have my Pilot Racer, which is a Mustang. That's a balsa plane. That's a Mustang. I have that one. I have the Voodoo Rock Hobby, which is FMS Mustang. I have that one. That's another Mustang. Yeah, I got a shitload of Mustangs. I'm all Mustanged out. So, which is not true because I would love to have that new Mustang that the 1500 that E-Flight came out with, but I just don't think it's priced right. I think it's way overpriced. And you don't have to agree with me, whatever. I think it's too much. And but I'd love to have it. I think it's beautiful. It's not the looks or the size or anything that's stopping me from buying that. It's just the price. And that price is stopping me from buying a lot of airplanes. It's not just that Mustang. There's a bunch of airplanes I'm not going to buy just because of the price. The SU-30, that's another one I would love to own, but it's too expensive. I'm not going to buy it. The T-33 I wouldn't have bought. I won that one, but I wouldn't have bought it. It's too expensive. So, but the planes that are priced right, like the Air Tractor they just came out with, man, the price on that's fabulous. I'm all over that one. That's on the list. The FMS Pitts that I'm going to get first. Again, priced to sell. I mean, it's right where it should be for people to buy the hell out of it. And they already sold out of it, so they're, I think they're back in stock though, but they completely sold out of them right away. Gee, I wonder why. So yeah. My deal right now is price dictates a lot of what I buy. So you guys, go to Banana Hobbies. They might still have this plane. Actually, let me go look for you. It's gonna slow shit down for a minute, but let me go see if they've got this thing. Because it might still be available. I haven't looked for this plane in quite a while, but I'm pretty sure the other plane I bought from Banana is available. Oh, now see they got that back in stock because they're showing it. Wow, that's cool. There's the plane I saw at the Jet Fest, Florida Jets. Turbine ready, 12 channel, uh, global aeroform. It was an L39 we saw there, a foam turbine. It's at Banana Hobbies. $1,349 for the airframe. That's not bad. And that's everything. I think that's everything but the turbine. 1349. And it's a nice size. It's bigger than, you know, our foam, electric L39, but not a lot bigger. Maybe a half again bigger. So and that's where it came. It looked exactly like that too. So that's what was at the jet thing. The plane from Banana. Wow, that's cool. We were wondering where that came from. Um, well, that looks pretty cool too. Wow, they got a plane in here that looks like the Marlin for $99. I don't think it has retracts. I don't think it has. It's only 3 channel. It doesn't have a rudder. Um, that's interesting. But they had that. They have the big DC-3 I had on the table a couple weeks ago. They have it at Banana again. So they haven't had it in quite a while. So let's see here. Electric planes, warbirds. Let's go there. Let's take a look. And they have it in stock even. Look at that. The C-47 DC-3 Skytrain. Yep. 369 plug and play. Oh no, ready to fly. Comes with the radio and everything. And it's huge. 1800 millimeter wingspan. Ready to fly, 369. That's a good price. They have it in stock. The bind and fly is, I'm sorry, plug and play, where you have to add your receiver and everything. 245. Man, that's a really good price on that airplane. Holy crap. That's a great price. Uh, wow, Banana Hobby's got some stuff priced to sell. Holy shit. That got a lot of stuff. All this stuff's in stock, guys. Somebody was just saying earlier that Banana's always out of stock. They got a lot of stuff in stock right now. Holy crap. A Tempest. It looks like a. What the hell is that thing? Oh, yeah. No, out of stock. This picture, they still have the picture up. It's out of stock. That's the silver version. I don't see the green version that I have. And they still have my B-25 that I bought from them. That's still on here too. Out of stock though. So they're out of stock of those. The silver version of this that still has the invasion stripes, but it's silver with a blue nose. They show a picture of it, $299, ready to fly, $299. Wow, that's a good price. But out of stock, so they can put any price they want on it if it's out of stock because they're not selling it. So a lot of times the prices aren't realistic when they're out of stock. But the picture's still on the website, so I'm thinking they might get it back. So yeah, you might still be able to get this airframe. It'll just be the silver version, which honestly, the only reason I bought the green was because the green was on sale and the silver one wasn't, and I didn't care what color it was. So I bought the green one because it was cheaper. You know. But yeah, they got a lot of stuff in stock. Damn. Good prices too. That's amazing. I wonder if that jet's still on sale. Let me go check that out real quick. Sorry guys, I'll be away for a second. I gotta look. Um, there was a jet that I wanted that they had on sale, and then the sale went away. I want to see if it's back on sale or not. I'm pretty much done with jets, but this one, and I'll tell you the main reason I want this jet is only because it's an HSD jet. It's a 105 millimeter fan HSD jet, and they make great stuff. So you know, that's the only reason I want it. If it was anything else, I wouldn't want it. But because it's HSD, it's 105 millimeters, so it's big, 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 and and it's different. It's you want if I take this anywhere, it'll be the only one there. You're not going to see anybody bring this baby out to the field. So they got F-22s, F-18s, all in stock. Um, they're out of the C-17 and the what's the big one? The C what is it? The C5 or whatever that big mama. They got the F4s in stock. The one that Dave bought, the T50, the Suka Pack Fat or T50, that's in stock. F86s, L39s, all in stock. Here's that crazy one. I don't know if that's different. What the hell is this one? Oh, that's weird. Boy, that's page 4. Let's gotta look there. Let's see the last page. Is it on here or not? They still have any? They get rid of it? They're done? Looks like it might be gone. Oh, that's a bummer. Oh, nope, there it is. No, it's not on sale anymore. Still have it in stock, though. It's not in sale, though. So that's a bummer. Boy, they got some cool airplanes. Shit. And they're cheap. Wow. Yeah, Banana's got some good deals, guys. I know a lot of you guys don't like Banana Hobbies, but I'm telling you, man, they got some nice airplanes out there right now. Okay, so let me catch back up in the chat, see what I missed here. Hang on a minute. Yeah, okay, so I see, Michael, you're talking about the VQ planes. Man, those are great airplanes. For the money, oh my God, those are awesome. Hey, Tim, you're back. Welcome back, man. Sorry I was gone for a second there. I was looking at Banana Hobbies. Um, just bring burgers. Listen, the Valiant's a good choice, Michael. That's a beautiful airplane. So, absolutely. It's pricey, though, but, it's a good airplane. It's beautiful. So, yeah, you know, I think that was a good choice for sure. It's going to be a beautiful airplane. Um, I just hope you're not disappointed after spending all that money on it that it doesn't fly any better than the foamies because I think you're thinking it's going to be a whole different experience, and I don't think it's going to be for you. It's really not that different. Nothing I've noticed. I have a foam Cub. I think it's built. It's a Stamus. I think, or Starmax. Maybe it's Starmax. Built by Starmax. Another Banana Hobby purchase. Um, foam, big Cub. It's a L4 Grasshopper, which is just a Cub in green, military paint, and it also has aviation stripes on it. 1400 size, I think. It's a 1400 millimeter wing, I think. So it's a big Cub, pretty big. Um, it flies so similar to my 1800 millimeter de Havilland Beaver. Those two planes fly almost identical, and when I put both of them in the air, they just both fly the same way. It's amazing how close in they similar they fly. And one's a big heavy balsa plane, and the other one's a light foam plane, and but they both fly very similar, and flight times are pretty similar as well, and they're completely different power plants. Um, well, yes and no. They're both four cell planes. You can fly. You can't fly the Beaver on three cells, but I can fly the Cub on three cells. It's not stellar fast, but the wing loading is so light it will fly on a three cell. There's no way you're getting the Beaver in the air on three. It's just too heavy. Um, but they're both four cell planes and they fly very similar. And um, with the right battery in each of them, they both fly as much as 20 minutes if you want. So yeah, but it's amazing how close they fly to each other. There's really very little difference. Now the Beaver has flaps, Fowler flaps. The Cub does not. It has no flaps. Um, but yeah, they're both. And I put the same tires on both airplanes. The big balloon Dubro, the air-filled Dubro plane, but wheels. Yeah, I put those on both, same size too, on both planes, and they don't look out of place on either plane. The Cub looks like it's a backwoods, bush type Cub, and they look very good on there. They look scale. If you had a Cub, there's plenty of guys in the Flying Cowboys that have big wheels like that on their Cubs, so it looks exactly like that. And on the Beaver, they look a little bit bigger than the wheels that were supposed to be on it, but really not that noticeable. And I did that for the rubbery cush. I have an air-filled tire because neither plane has a suspension. So that's why I did that on both of them. And they're heavy. It's a pretty heavy wheel, but they do great. Both planes fly great with them on there. I wouldn't say I have an obsession for a Mustang Stinger. I just every one of them I bought on it was a deal. It was a great great plane for a great price kind of thing. Um, None of them were expensive. I got good deals on all of them. Bought a couple of them used. Um, got screaming good deals on those. And yeah, it's just beautiful Mustang comes along and it's like some crazy low price. Okay, I'll take it. It's like when I had three Camaros at the same time: a '67, a '70, and a '79. I didn't have a Camaro addiction or anything. It just happened that these three deals came along, and it's like, okay, So I ended up with three Camaros for a little while. Um, it wasn't that I had a big thing for Camaros. It was to be the right price, place at the right time. The '70 Camaro. Listen, I bought that off a buddy of my dad's, golfing buddy, and it needed a float. He told me what was going on. The carburetor was overflowing with fuel, so I knew the float sank. And I told him, I says, listen, I can come over and fix that for you. No, I don't want to. I don't want to. I don't want to screw with it. Just give me $350. You can have the car. Okay, I mean it was in good shape. I said okay. So I went to the parts store and I bought a float. Yeah, it was like I don't know $6 or something. The old uh, brass, soldered together. And that wasn't the fiber float. It was one of the old brass ones, or copper. I don't know. Were they copper or brass? Anyway, soldered together. So I went over to his house and I took the carburetor top off right there in his garage and I put the new float in it and set the needle height and everything was good. Put the carburetor back on it and I started up and drove it home. He was so pissed. And my dad and him were sitting in there having a beer together and he was playing cards with them. And his name was Tyke and Tyke was so pissed. And my dad looked at me and said, listen, shut the hell up. He told you he'd fix it for you. You said no. So shut up. So, I can't help it he could fix it, drove it home. You told him you didn't want it anymore. You sold it to him. So shut up. That was hilarious. I'll never forget that. All right, Jermaine, I guess you're out. You're probably already gone. I don't think you're still here since I left the chat for a minute. Um, and I'm trying to get caught up. Right. Yeah, I know that. Right now, FMS has all this shit on sale. I know. That's pretty cool. Um, so yeah. Um, and honestly, the sale's not that big. So unless Horizon's out of it, I'll probably go through Pilot Ryan also and buy it through him and and get it through there. I don't think I'm going to buy it straight from FMS. I have an account there. I have bought straight from FMS before. Um, that's where I got the gunfighter plane. Well, I actually, it's a funny story behind that one. I got half of the plane from Motion RC and the other half from FMS. So, um, don't ever let FMS tell you that plane is no longer available. If you throw enough money at them, I guess, or just complain enough, you'll get it. They'll make it. So here's what happened. I went on FMS. I went on Motion's site, and they had a bunch of stuff in the bargain bin. The clearance item. So I looked, and they had all these parts for a gunfighter Mustang. Um, most of what I would need. Pretty close. I think they had. They had the fuselage. They had the tail surfaces. They didn't have the wing. Um, and then some of the bits like the spinner and the battery tray, which I found out later I didn't even need to buy the battery tray because it came with the fuselage. And, just a bunch of bits, And I thought, wow, I wonder if I wonder if FMS has the rest of the parts to make the whole airplane. So I went to FMS, and this is when Motion was canceling FMS. They weren't going to carry it any longer. So, so I went to FMS Direct, and I started thumbing around there, and I found all these gunfighter parts that I needed to go with the parts I was getting in Motion to make a whole airplane. And and they I had showed all of it in stock. It was like 14, 16 pieces, all in stock, and I needed almost all of them. Now I didn't get the correct wing, but the difference is negligible. I mean, I think, or maybe I got the correct wing, but the stab's wrong. One of them's wrong. I think there's one thin black stripe going down the wing that's either supposed to be there or not supposed to be there. I forget which way it goes. From another FMS 1450 Mustang. The only difference is the paint scheme. So I ordered that wing because it was close enough. It was going to look perfect on the airplane because it matched the plane. So I wasn't worried about it. So I said, okay, that'll work. And so I put it all together, and I ordered all the stuff from FMS, and I ordered all the stuff from Motion, and I built myself a gunfighter airplane, complete, everything. And then FMS sends me an email saying that none of those parts are available. The plane's been discontinued. So would you like it in a different paint scheme? So I sent him a nice email back saying, listen, I'm sorry that you're saying that, but, you have a real inventory problem if all these pieces are out of stock because, one or two pieces is one thing, but we're talking about 16 pieces for that airplane that you said you have, and now you're telling me you don't? I just bought all the rest of the pieces from Motion to make a whole airplane. So unless you want to refund me my money or send me a whole kit, refund my money from that's going to Motion and put it toward a whole kit of a different color scheme, you need to send me those parts because I can't return this stuff to Motion. It was clearance. And I've got $170 spent there and 130 with you, which is $300, which is the price that plane went for, $299. So yeah, if you want to give me a whole airplane for the $130 I just sent you, that's fine. So they sent it back. Oh, we're very sorry for your inconvenience. Your parts are on the way. And I'm like, well, wait a minute. You just got done telling me you didn't have them. Sure enough, I got all the gunfighter parts I ordered from them. So they must have thrown some foam back in the booth and with the gunfighter, I don't know if you've seen how they do that. It's very cool, actually. The guy painted it up right there. He painted it what I needed. They put it in the box and sent it to me. I got a gunfighter. So, so anything's possible. They still have all the molds, I guess you'd call it. When they paint those airplanes, obviously it's bare foam. They may paint like the whole wing silver, and then if there's stripes or whatever they got to put on it, they have, and I think they're made of copper. It's a metal template with a big handle on it, and it just goes right over the wing. It has alignment pieces to line, and it goes down over the wing, and then they press down on it, and the copper flexes enough to seal against the foam. And then they just take the gun and go, and they spray the color, whatever color it is, and they have multiple. So when they're doing the invasion stripes, they'll have one that blocks off the white, then they'll have one that blocks off all the white for the black, and they just take one template and put it on, and then they move it, take the next template and put it on, and that's how they do it. And I watched it saw it on YouTube. Somebody was showing how they do it, and I was like, oh my god, because I couldn't figure out how they were doing it. Are they taping this shit off, or what? How do they do this? In a production line kind of way, and that's how they do it. So, that was cool. But yeah, so that's how I got my gunfighter. I FMS, and then they sent me 2 free props to say they were sorry for my inconvenience as well. So, and FMS does do that a lot. You get free gifts from them all the time. If you buy an airplane from FMS, likely it's going to come with something in the box: an extra set of blades for the propeller, an extra pilot, a couple of servos. They're going to throw something in the box pretty much every time they send you something. So you always get a free givey. You just never know what it's going to be, but they'll throw something in the box. Um, so yeah, so they here they're telling me, they're showing me they have it in stock. Then they tell me they don't have it in stock, and I have to pick a different color, and then I get exactly what I wanted. So there you go. Pretty interesting. Um, Unless they just had a stockpile of it that they didn't want to touch, they must have got the templates out and repainted me a gunfighter. I don't remember if I got the fuselage from them or the wing. I don't remember. But, whatever it was, I got what I ordered, which. So I have everything to put it. It's all. I put it all back in the original box. It's a box just like that one. And it's at that paint scheme on it. It's the same box. It doesn't matter what paint scheme you buy. That's the box that comes in. So I know one of those boxes in the house with an airplane in it, the gunfighter scheme. So I didn't get a good deal on that particular one. I got regular price basically, but I got what I wanted, which was the gunfighter, which has been out of production forever. When I did this, it was out of production already for quite a while. Um, so yeah, so I got one. I know I could sell it for a lot of money on eBay if I wanted to make money for sure. If I put that out there on auction, brand new in the box gunfighter, oh Christ, people would be bidding right and left for it. It would go for big money. Wouldn't surprise me if it hit $1,000. Honestly, that's how that's how many people in the chat rooms on RC groups all the time. Somebody's looking for a gunfighter Mustang. They don't even care what brand it is. They just want a gunfighter Mustang. So if you've got a gunfighter Mustang and it's an FMS plane, it's gold. Yeah, honey Chuck, that's the plane I want. That Cub, that FMS Super Cub. It's 1,700. It's big. It's beautiful. I've had my eye on that plane for quite a while. If they hadn't come out with the pits, um, I'd probably be buying the Cub instead. But at the price they introduced the pits at 279 is a steal, because that's a huge biplane. A 1,400 millimeter biplane is huge. So for 279, oh, I'm all over that. That was the lidar sensor. I haven't heard of that sensor, but I know what you're talking about. It's you know, you can make mission plans to send it on a mission, and then literally after you set it on the mission, you can turn the radio off because it's not using the radio anymore. It's using a GPS satellite to tell the radio where to send the airplane. It's really cool. I've been wanting to do that for years. I bought a controller for another guy to do that on a drone he wanted, and um, yeah, he didn't know what he wanted, and he just kept changing. Well, I wanted to do this. Well, no, I don't want to do that. I want to do, and I just kept changing his mind about what he wanted it to do. But I've got a. It's, oddly enough, it's a flight test, blunt nose Versa flying wing. I fly that at night. I put lights in it and made a night flyer out of it, and I want to put a mission planner on that and send it on a long mission. Because to get the CG right, I had to put a 5,000 milliamp 3-cell pack in the nose of it. Well, with that in the nose, I've already flown it 45 minutes and still had plenty of battery left. So I know it'll go on a long distance mission with no problem. It's got enough battery because all the ballast I put in it to make the CG right is battery. So it flies forever. I mean, 45 minutes was easy. I think I still had, 40 or 50% of the battery still. You know, it was, I mean, it was amazing. So yeah, I wanted to do that with that plane. Oh, you dog! You're putting your FMS pits together right now. Oh, I hate you. you, you sucker, you. That's freaking awesome, honey Chuck. That's hilarious. Oh, that's too funny. Yeah, that was just and I almost guessed it right on the money. I mean, the night Ryan was introducing that plane, he asked if FMS hadn't released the price yet, and he was asking everybody in the room what they think they'd want to pay for it, and everybody was $499, $399. Um, Somebody I think said $550, um, and I said 269, and Ryan just was like, "No way!" Michael Wright said was the one that said 399, and he was all over that price. He says, "I hope you're right, Michael. I hope you're right. That'd be awesome at that price." And then I said 269. He called me basically an idiot. It wouldn't be anywhere that low, and it came out at 279. So I missed it by $10. And listen, I was. It doesn't have safe. It doesn't have a receiver because FMS stuff's all plug and play. 1400. I'm thinking, what the Mustang goes for that FMS sells. What are they going to want for the pits? And I just kind of logically thought out what I thought they might pay for it. And I was close. I was real close. So, you know, yeah, I know, Brian. I know you were guessing that you thought it would be in the $400 range, and I just took a shot at 269, and and I was close, and that's why I want one, yeah, because the price is right. 279 for that plane's awesome. It's a great price. So yeah, that's if I get my stimulus check, that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to buy that plane. I just think that's an awesome airplane for that price. That's an awesome, awesome price. So, but yeah, that was. Yeah, they always have that original price and then slash, and now it's this price. Every plane they have has that number on it. This is the price, but we're slashing it down to this price. Um, do you still have that plane, Ryan? Are you flying it? Yeah, Michael, I agree. I think that Pitts is a great price at that for that money. I think it's great. That's why I want it. Been wanting a Pitts for a long time, and I was gonna pull the trigger on the E-Flight one. It was too small. I really didn't want one that small. I wanted a bigger biplane, so I was looking at the one from uh, Flex. Their Mamba. I think it's the 60 Mamba. They have a lighted version, so it's a night flyer. But it's $550, and I don't want to pay that for it. But you know, you know, it's not. It's kind of on my list, but not very high up. It's too expensive. But I kind of wanted it. I do kind of want that plane. It's mostly because it's a night flyer, and a couple of guys in the field have them, and they fly them at night, and it's cool as shit to watch. So I kind of wanted one, and then FMS comes out with this Pitts for 279. I was like, holy shit. So yeah, I'm all over it. So yeah, definitely. That plane's coming to the hangar just as soon as I get my check, if I get it. Yep, he's keeping it. Yep. Don't blame you, Ryan. I'd be keeping it too. It's a beautiful airplane. That was that was an awesome, awesome plane to come out with at just the right time. I mean, with all these $500 jets, we needed something that wasn't going to hurt the pocketbook so much, and such a beautiful plane at that price. It's amazing. Recently washed hands. Yeah, that's without question. I always go through Pilot Ryan Media. I haven't bought anything yet that hasn't gone through him, if I can. I mean, it's why not? Why wouldn't you help a buddy out? It doesn't cost me an extra cent to go through his page to get what I want and throw him a little help. So you know, you got the other big release is coming out next week, right? Well, you said the 11th. Is next week the 11th? Maybe yeah, I guess next Saturday. Yeah, probably, huh? Are you doing your? Is your drawing this Saturday or next Saturday, or both? Yeah, my cricket's back. Yeah, I mean, it just goes without saying, guys. Why wouldn't you? I mean, it doesn't cost you a penny. It's like clicking the like button on my YouTube channel. I have no way of tracking who liked me, who didn't. It doesn't cost you a cent. Why wouldn't you click the like button? I mean, I forget to do it sometimes too. I'll admit it, but it's not because I don't want to click it. Sometimes I just forget. But as soon as somebody in the chat says, "Don't forget to hit the like button," boy, I'm right on it. I click it every time. Um, Next Thursday, another new release. Okay, drawings this Saturday. Oh, and on the 11th. Oh, gotcha, gotcha, gotcha. Okay, so there's two drawings. There's one this Saturday and on the 11th. Okay, cool, good. Any hints on the next new release? Can you at least tell us from who? Horizon, FMS. Well, that's kind of the same thing, but maker-wise, Arrows. You know, I'm not going to ask you what kind of plane or anything. Just who's making it? Dynam. Who's the new release going to be from? Probably not going to say, are you? That's okay. I don't blame you. I know. Oh, that's a good point. Although uh, that's not a given, I guess, because other people could do it too. But so it's going to be another Horizon plane, I guess, because it's on a Thursday release. So yeah, all right, that's a good guess. Good clue. Thanks. Not that Arrows couldn't do it on Thursday also, or FMS, or whoever, but or Dynam, but yeah, Horizon seems to always do their new releases on Thursday. So Well, Ethan, it's a good thing unless you just don't like the guy. And if you don't like the guy, then why are you in his stream? I mean, it's, you know, I don't go to streams, any stream, anywhere just to hit the don't like button. I mean, you know, if I'm in a stream, it's because I want to be there, you know, because I like the people. So, of course, I'm going to hit the like button. Uh, and it just, you know, Ryan's got somebody that doesn't like him because every week, right as soon as the show starts, almost, somebody hits the dislike button. I have no idea who the asshole is that keeps doing that, but obviously, it's somebody that just wants to be a dick. You know, he's doing it on purpose. I gotcha. Okay, well that's good to know. Yeah. So yeah, I don't know who keeps giving Ryan the dislikes, but yeah, it's just somebody being a dick, you know, and they're doing it on purpose. I know you guys hate me. That's why you all stay here till 3 or 4 o'clock in the morning with me, because you guys can't stand me. Yeah, that's why. I get it. I just love you guys anyway. Oh, that's so funny. So I checked out, Michael. I did check out CXS, um, CXS, CSX, CXS, CX. The X is in the middle, right? They're not hiring anywhere around here. I was bummed. Um, yeah, nothing in the Tampa, Florida area. Nothing. I don't think anything in Florida at all. Maybe something in Jacksonville. Um, I think maybe. I don't know, but nothing around here. So yeah, I did a job search and um, I think there was one not too far away, but I think it was just for a yard guy. I don't know how much they make. Oh no, that X is on the end. Okay, yeah. So CSX, CXS, CSX. They sound exactly the same. uh, I don't know that. I don't think it hurts it. I don't know. Ryan would know more than me. You know, you get watch hours, you know, and your analytics tell you what your average watch time is. So you know, I've got a 7 hour show, you know, on Thursday night, and the average watch time is like 30 minutes. You know, so guys aren't watching the whole show. You know, um, my guess is that somebody was in the chat and he fell asleep or had to leave early, so he went to where he left off, and then to get the rest of the show, he's already seen the first part. I'm sure a lot of it's guys that haven't been in the show and they started off watching the beginning, and the show's not going anywhere they want to go, you know, for whatever reason, and they stop watching. You know, 30 minutes on, I've had enough. This guy's, you know, talking about free sky, and I don't want to talk, whatever. So yeah, it's, but I don't know if that helps or hurts. I mean, it's got to help my watch hours. At least I'm getting watches, you know, views. My views are way up. You know, I already have 4,300 views this month, and so the views are up a little, but the watch times are down. So they're viewing it, but they're not watching all of it, or not watching as much of it as they used to. Um, so my watch hours are way down considerably. Um, I gotta do more videos. That's all. I gotta do more. Right. They want. Yeah. They want you to have content that will keep people focused there long enough for them to run a bunch of ads. That's the whole point of it. Get ad time, get your channels, get your videos for people to stay and watch the whole video, and that helps them sell advertisement time on your channel because get a lot of viewers that stay around a long time. Um, so you got a captive audience. These people are going to stay and they're going to. They know they're going to click the damn thing away. They're going to hit the. I don't want to watch this video. You know, After 5 seconds, you can skip it, but you know. Yeah, that's another good one. You know, and it's like Ryan said, why do people not like it and then not tell him why? He never gets any negative in the chat why they disliked it, just a dislike, and then it's like, well, what, because if we got that kind of feedback, maybe we could fix it. You know, if we're doing something that we can change to fix it, um, you know, okay. So I hadn't noticed that, Ryan, but so they will put they'll promote the live stream too along with your videos in the the you may also be interested in kind of thing. They put the live shows. I didn't think they did that with the live shows. I don't know. I really didn't think of it that way. So that's why because I knew you leave yours on your page that you can go find it if you're looking for it, but you unlist it so that they won't promote it. Um, I get you. So whatever you've done most recent is what they promote. So if all I've got is a bunch of live chats up there and they're promoting those and people aren't watching them, then I'm not really getting any. I'm not getting as many views. Okay, that's good to know. I hadn't thought of it in that way. I would pretty much was happy with any view I got. Yeah. So, but I kind of see the logic there now that you said that. Hmm. I have to give that some thought. That's interesting. Good to know. So you're seeing commercials on my videos? You shouldn't be seeing any commercials on my videos. I'm not monetized, so there shouldn't be any commercials on my videos. I'm supposed to. allow, when you're monetized, you allow those commercials to play on your video and then you get paid for it. So you shouldn't be seeing any commercials on my stuff. Now, maybe they've changed that, which is total bullshit because all my videos in the past, before I was trying to be monetized, I was monetized back in the beginning until they changed their rules, and I had everything unchecked. They weren't allowed to play videos on my stuff. I wasn't looking for money on this show, so it was not why I was doing it. So I demonetized everything on purpose because I didn't want people to have to watch the damn ads. And so yeah, pay it. Let me know if you do for sure, because I want to know. Because I'm going to be sending another letter to YouTube. I just had them take down some jackass copied like 15, 16 of my videos on his channel. He built a channel, and the whole content of his channel is my videos. And he had probably a total of 300 views. That's 300 views I didn't get because they went to his channel and watched it instead of mine. And it's all my stuff. It's my face, you know. So YouTube's got a new way of policing that. That's a good word. Yeah, policing. So you can actually now you can click on it, report it. They ask you questions. You know, what the first thing they ask is what's the violation of the complaint, and I think the first thing on the list is copyright protection content. And then when you click on that, it defines it down to like, you know, what part of the video is copyrighted? The whole video? Or they give you a place to put the time frame of when the video, what part of the video is copyrighted. And then you just check off a bunch of boxes that yes, I'm me, and I authorize myself to blah blah blah, and you just click all the boxes, and then you put your name and address and everything in there, and you submit it. And you can submit, I think, 6 at a time, 6 or 7, something like that. So I did that twice. I reported at least 10, maybe 12 of the videos. I think they took the guy's whole channel down, honestly, because I think after they reviewed the second hit of the same channel with all my content on it again, I think they just looked at the rest of it and said, "This is all this content's this guy's," and they just took the whole channel down. So he only had 2 subscribers. But this is the 3rd time this has happened. It's getting old. I don't know why people keep stealing my videos. There's much better stuff to steal out there than mine. I don't know why they're stealing mine. But, yeah, they found some way of copying a whole segment of my stuff and putting it on their own channel as their own stuff and getting views that I should be getting. So, and the last time I tried to do this was a couple years ago. It was a royal pain in the ass to do it. They've streamlined it a lot. It's much easier now to report copyright infringement stuff and have it taken down. So I think I got rid of them. Like I did a search for a bunch of videos of mine that if you do a general search on YouTube, his came up with mine. You know, it was usually mine was first, but one of them actually his came up in the list first, which really pissed me off. But yeah, they'd say, you know, how to bind the wizard screen on the Taranis X9D, Hangar 51, and then you'd go down 2 or 3, and it'd be the exact same picture, exact same title, but it was this other bonehead's name. So that's how I found it, and so I went out and looked today. As a matter of fact, today before I came on the show, I was searching it again to see if that. And I couldn't find any of my stuff with his name on it anymore. And a couple of them I was pretty sure I knew were ones he had stolen. So I specifically searched those, and his name didn't come up. So I think they took his whole channel down, which is what they needed to do, because the whole channel was my content. You know. So anyway, that's 300 views I lost. I don't know how much view time, but that was it was quite a bit. You know, um, most of those videos were 15 to 20 minutes long. So for every what every every four videos was an hour. Every four watches, yeah, 300 views. So every fourth view was an hour. So that's what 120 hours. So that's 120 hours of watch time I didn't get. That's good, Stinger. I like that. The next Gordon Ramsay. My kitchen, my rules. That's hilarious. Oh, that's funny. GB, did you just get here? Holy crap. And you're doing videos this late at night? Oh, well, that's right, Christ. It's 3 hours earlier for you. What the hell time is it? It's two. See, that's only 11 o'clock at your house, right? Yeah. I keep forgetting that. Yeah. All right, so you got a new premiere up. All right, we got to go watch that. You had to edit, huh? Yeah. That's what takes the longest. Christ. Of course, I'm using free software, so I know that's killing me as far as edit time, but I just don't have money to spend on anything right now. So, yeah, it works. It's not fast, but it works. It's affordable. So, that link's safe, right, GB? I'm not going to get a pop up malware virus or anything. Cooking with Kenny. No, I wasn't cooking. They're making fun of me. They just love to kick me right when I kick a guy when he's down. That's it. That's it. Picking on Kenny. But they killed Kenny, the bastards. Yeah, they keep teasing me about a dietary healthy way to eat, lose weight show that I want to do, and they keep calling it a cooking show. And they're doing it on purpose. It's just being funny. Uh, you guys are clowns, I'm telling you. Okay, what's the matter here? Oh, you dog. Oops, something went wrong. I don't know if you guys can hear me or not. My I accidentally went off my live stream, and now it won't go back to it. So I might have lost you guys. I don't know if you can hear me or not. I'll keep talking anyway. But yeah, we're oh here we go. I think we're back. I think we're back. Maybe we're back. It looks like we're coming back. Possibly. Hello, are we there? I'll do the Blanco Lirio. 1, 2, 3, or 3, 2, 1. Can you hear me now? Can you see me now? Are we live? I love that guy. Okay, I'm back. Was it did I go away or could you hear me the whole time? Okay, cool. It actually lost the my editing program. The OBS was still running, but the live studio window for YouTube went away. So when it went away, I didn't know if you guys lost. I mean, I lost the chat, but I didn't know if you guys could still hear me. I assumed, so I kept talking that you could. Uh, so that's cool to know. So when I do something stupid like that and accidentally leave the room, I'm not really gone. I'm still here. So that's good to know. Wasn't sure about that. Yeah, see, it's not letting me open it in another window for some reason. I don't know why. There it is. Open link in new window. That's what I wanted. So now I still have my studio and I can talk to you guys and see the chat, and then this loads in the background, which is what I wanted it to do. Oh, this really does dog my machine down when I do this. I do love this airplane, guys. I gotta tell you. Yeah, it's a nice flying airplane, and it looks great in the sky. You know, being a P-38, um, it really does look good in the sky. Yeah, it won't. It will not let me open that. That's I. None of my links work anymore. I don't know what the hell happened, but I cannot click on a link anymore and get and have it open. It fails every time when somebody puts a link up in my chat. I cannot open it. I don't know why. It's weird. I used to be able to, and now it won't let me. I don't know what the hell happened. Other than that malware I got that one night, um, maybe YouTube's automatically protecting my channel and won't let me open links. I don't know. Oh, you're going to put a stabilizer gyro receiver in your in your pits? No kidding. If you, I haven't bought one of those yet. I really don't have any need for them, honestly. Um, I just buy the standard eights. You know, um, they're cheaper. Although that's not a lot more money. But I generally don't buy stabilizers. You know, if it comes, you're back, John. You were here at the beginning of the show. So you got your nap in and got your coffee, and now you're ready to watch the rest of the show. So yeah, I haven't bought an S8R yet. I keep buying the X's. Um, I have bought a couple of, and I had them on the table here one night. I still got one right here. Here it is. The uh, the Thunder. Um, it's a gyro. It's programmable. It's easy to set up. They're $11. You can put it in anything. You know, you just plug it in between the servos and the receiver, and you've got a gyro on board. And you can put it in. It gives you the option for safe or just stability. Um, and they're so cheap. I get them anywhere from $9 to $11 on eBay, and they work good. You know, but I don't. I've only got, I think, three total. So two are in airplanes, and I don't even know that they need to be in there. Honestly, um, I was more just trying them out. I just generally don't fly with gyros. I mean, when I buy the AS3X planes from Horizon, they come with the gyro, and you can't turn the AS3X off without having a Dave Marshall reprogram. It's on. It's always on. The AS3X is always on. You can't turn that off, and that's fine. Honestly, there's a few planes I've bought over the years that I didn't like the way it worked. It's over controlling, it's overcompensating, and it just doesn't. I don't like it because it's just really kind of screwing up the way I fly the airplane. Um, some of them are way under controlling the airplane. The Cessna 150, the Carbon Z. I've flown it with my receiver and the AS3X, and you can't tell the difference. So the AS3X is doing nothing in that airplane. Same thing in the T28, the giant T28. No effect at all. It's not doing a thing. The plane flies perfectly stable with just a standard receiver in it, as it does with the AS3X one in it. So those are two planes. Like I said, when I was offering Marshall, if he wanted to buy them, there's two right off the bat that I would sell him happily. If I could replace it with my own receiver, my FreeSky receiver, he's welcome to them because they ain't doing nothing. Now, one plane that I just had on the table that I would not take the receiver out of is the Cirrus SR-22. That thing is rock solid. I mean, in the wind, no matter what, they have the AS3X perfect on that plane. It's dialed in perfect. That plane flies amazing. And you can tell when the gyro is working, and it's doing exactly what you would want it to do. No more, no less. It's perfect. So yeah, you couldn't pry that one out of my hands. No, I don't care how much money you offered me. That it's perfect. Very few of my E-flite planes have a gyro set up as dialed in as that is. I think there's one or two other planes. I'd have to think about them for a minute. Which ones? Um, Hard to say, honestly. There's no gyro in that. I was going to say my F4, but no, I bought the plug-and-play version. There's no gyro in that plane. It just flies that good. So, yeah, that doesn't have a gyro in it. What does? What has a gyro in it that I think is dialed in? I don't know. I thought there was at least one more, but I can't think of it right now. I have so many of them, I can't even think of which one it was. But um, oh, the big Optera. which I no longer have. I lost it, but um, that thing was dialed in too. That I mean, just the AS3X on that plane was perfect. That plane flew fantastic. So yeah, those two planes for sure. I would not pull the receiver out of and sell it to put my own in. I'd leave those alone. But but the rest of them, pretty much, yeah. If Dave wants them, he can have as many of them as he wants. You know, I wouldn't have a problem taking them out and putting a regular receiver in. I don't need the gyro in those planes. They're not. They're either under or over controlling it and not doing a very good job of it. But yeah, that SR-22 is dialed in, man. That thing is yeah. God, I love it. Yeah, me and Ryan are okay. Why? We're good. As far as I'm good. Ryan, are you good? You still here? Yep, the pulse, because that's why I bought it. The pulse was dialed in. Yeah, we were fun flying one day. We were playing past the transfer with a buddy of mine. It was his plane, and we were having so much fun with it, and it was so dialed in that I bought my own. And then my transmitter browned out, and I lost the plane. So that sucked. Um, and you can't get them anymore. For a while there, Force RC had them, and then Horizon kept them when they bought her Force RC, and now they've discontinued it again. So I hope they bring it back again. Maybe they'll bring it back in the Tower Hobby line. It's a good airplane. It's a good looking airplane. It's a fun airplane to fly. It's versatile. You can make a tail dragger or a nose gear plane out of it. So it's pretty cool. It's got some rugged landing gear on it. So it's a nice airplane. Yeah, the A3. That was the one Ryan said you could hit a switch. You could set up to hit a switch, and it would go into um, Harrier mode on its own. And you just kind of steer it around, but it would hover, nose up hover automatically. It was the gyro was set up to six axis gyro, and it was set up to you could set up to flip a switch, and it would go into hover. So I wanted to get one of those just to try it out. You know, um, Ryan was here a minute ago. Maybe he left. Brian Chambers, are you back? Which plane are you talking about, Brian? The Pulse? Yeah, I think that did have some flex in it. I think my buddy did stiffen his up with carbon fiber rods. I didn't do anything to mine, but I didn't get a chance. I only got to half fly it once. Yeah, actually, we were down to 11, but you guys jumping back in the room, a bunch of you. Yeah, jump back up. We were at 16. It keeps flopping around, but it's at 16. Um, yeah. So yeah, for 2:15 in the morning, that's good. That's real good. And you guys are all talking. I mean, obviously we have a shitload of lurkers. I don't know if they're just lurking or if. All right, Ryan. Have a good night, buddy. We'll see you later. I don't know if you read that, but John Hill asked if you and I were okay. I'm okay. You okay? Yeah. Yeah, I think my buddy, he, um, I think he stiffened his pulse. And I probably would if mine. I did get it back, but it was destroyed. The guy that cut it out of the tree destroyed it, so I didn't fix it. It's been sitting on my porch for 2 years now, and Yeah, no, good night, Ryan. Oh God, those guys are funny. Yeah. So anyway, um, fuselage is pretty much intact. It ripped the tail feathers off, but clean. I could glue them back on, and it'd be okay. But the wings are all fucked up. And I thought of it many times to buy new wings for it and clean it up and put it back together. And I don't know. Every time I look at it, it just pisses me off. So I don't know. If I found a set of wings cheap enough, I'd probably buy the wings and put it back together. You know, it's still all sitting there. But yeah, it that that was a bad day. Let me put it that way. I mean, I was very upset that I lost that airplane. That was a very bad day. Because I really like that airplane. I like the looks of it. I like the way it flies. You know, it's super fun to do. You know, pass the transmitter. We you know, which that what that is, guys, is we play a game like you would with a basketball. You know, where you call your shot and then you do it, and then the next guy has to do the same thing. So that's what we do with the plane. You know, do an inverted approach, flip it over at the last minute, and land it. You know, okay, now you do it, and we would go back and forth, and that pulse was just so much fun to do that with. It's such a good airplane that you know you could pretty much call anything you wanted to call out and do it, and then you know. So yeah, we had a ton of fun with that plane that day, and it made me want one. And at that time, they had discontinued it, and then they brought it back. And when they brought it back, I bought it, and now they've discontinued it again. So I'm hoping they bring it back. If they bring it back, I'll probably buy another one. Um, there's just certain planes that you know are good airplanes, and that's one of them. You know, everything about that plane was good. You know, the way it looks, like the canopy on it. I like love the landing gear that's on it. It's good, sturdy aluminum landing gear. I love that. Just love that airplane. You know, it was a good looking plane. The color scheme was good. You know, so yeah. But anyway, we'll just have to wait and see. Maybe I'll get lucky. Maybe they'll bring it back. Michael, you're hilarious. All right, buddy. We'll see you. Have a good night. He is, isn't he, Mike or John? He's just bad. He's, but he's funny. See yas, right, sir. Get a lot of S's in there. Oh, GB's back. Oh, okay, everybody, stop talking about him. He's back. Yeah, quit talking smack. Yeah, we're the strippers, GB. You don't bring strippers, we're going to talk some smack. Oh my god. That's so funny. Yeah, you and me both, brother. I thought you were bringing the strippers. Yeah. It's three cell, no lights. I don't think there's any lights. Let me think a minute. There's no nav lights. Yeah, no lights. Um, yeah, it's a three cell, 2200. I've got a 2800 that I can get in there. It's just a squeak bigger than a 2200. Um, so yeah, um, if you're flying around cruise mode, half throttleish, it's an 8 minute flight. Um, all right, Brian, good to see you, buddy. Have a good night. So yeah, it's a good airplane, guys. I love this airplane. It looks good in the air. It looks really good in the air. This has a silhouette up in the sky that's really noticeable. Um, I mean, it just really stands out when you get it in the air more than anything else. Um, the silhouette stands out more than anything else I fly, just because of the dual boom kind of fork tail. They used to call it the fork tail something devil, I think. Um, the T-28, the giant T-28, the 2,000 millimeter T-28, has the most presence in the air. Um, it's just so big. The fuselage and the my P-40 is really close to it because they're both pretty much the same size. The wings are identical length, but the fuselage is much bigger on the T-28. So it just in the sky, it just is massive. It's just so big. Um, it just when that thing's in the air, everybody looks because it just steals your vision. Your eyes are just drawn to it because it's so damn big. Um, this one you're drawn to because it's dual boom, and you catch that immediately. You make a bank and you immediately see the double boom, and it just your eyes just are drawn to it. So nope, single battery, single 2200. Um, the battery bay's right here in the nose, right here, and then this part comes off, and there's a pass through, so you really can't get a wider battery than a 2200 in there, but you can get a longer battery. So if you can buy a long cell battery, there's room for it to come back into this compartment, which is where the receiver goes, in here. Tongue and groove on the front, magnets on the back. It clicks in, it's on there. Same thing with this, tongue and groove in the front, magnets in the back. and it's on there. So never had any of this stuff, and then these are just magneted on too. The engine cowls, which gives you access to the ECUs, or the ECSs, and the all the connectors for the ailerons and everything are all accessible when you pull these off. And yeah, it's just a good bird. It flies so good. It's but yeah, just your standard 2200 battery. That's all it needs. Nothing nothing crazy or anything. It's and it flies great. Now if you open the throttle because it's a twin engine, it'll eat that battery pretty fast. But if you just put it in light cruise mode, throttle it back, half throttle-ish, it'll go for 8 minutes. 2200. Um, so it's pretty conservative when you're not pushing it. It'll eat it fast if you're pushing it. I mean, if I throttle it up hard, I start getting low battery warnings right away. So it's already putting so much load on the battery pack that the battery voltage is dropping below my cutoff. My audible alert warning. If I throttle it up hard, but if I pull it back half throttle, it just cruises around beautifully. Super light. I don't think it weighs 3 pounds with a battery in it. I don't. It's really light. So the wing loading on it's simply easy. So it'll let you throttle it way back and still fly, no problem. I mean, you can throttle it way back and it stays in the air. So yeah, it's a good airplane. It's a really good airplane. It's great to fly. Even these tiny little wheels, because it's so light, it flies off of grass just fine. That's all I fly off of is grass, and it I wouldn't say it's um, doesn't really struggle getting off the grass. I don't want to say that, but it's also it behaves. It bounces a lot because there's no suspension on the gear, and when the wheels are that small, they hit every little rut. Every little grass tuft of grass. It rolls on and off of them as it so it's constantly kind of bouncing until you get a little air under the wings, and then it gets light and stops bouncing, and then it just lifts off. Um, but it's got enough power that it just pulls right through it, even though it's bouncing like crazy. It gets in the air no problem. So yeah, it's a good grass airplane, good airplane, just a good airplane. It's beautiful and it flies good. You know, I, you know, and it's cheap. I mean, I just looked on Banana Hobbies, and I think this thing was well, they're out of stock at the moment, the silver version. But I think it was priced at I think it was 229. That's the number that's sticking in my head. It was 229. No, free shipping, all that. And they only have the silver version. It came in two color schemes, the green and the silver. And I bought this one for like $150 because they had a sale on the green one, not the silver. And I'm like, I don't care what color it is, screw it. So for $150, I bought this one, and I'm happy I did. I love it. It's a great airplane. Um, Now Ryan was in the chat earlier and said that when we were talking about who's it made by, and he said J Power, and I think he's right. I think that was what, because if you do a YouTube video search for this plane, uh, and the way I would look for it is RC Blitzworks P38, and it'll come up. And there's an old guy that has the green one like mine sitting there, and he's talking about it, and he's explaining that how good it flies and everything, and then all the shortcomings of it. The landing gear's not real sturdy, and it's got a lot of flex in it. The tail surfaces are easy to snap off if you're not careful, and he's kind of go over some things to watch out for, bad points kind of thing. And I watched his video, and even with the stuff he was mentioning bad, I was like, I'm all right. I'm convinced. I want it. And then Banana had it on sale for $150. I'm in. So I bought it, and that was 5 years ago. I'm thinking 4 or 5 years ago at least. Um, yeah, I love it. It's been a great airplane. It's got a little problem with the nose wheel right now. The way they had it secured in there wasn't very good, so I'm going to beef it up. They just had like these. They're not screws. They're like all thread. Oh, you know what? Actually, they are screws. Yeah, they had a Phillips head on. So there's really long Phillips screws with a nut on them, and they're screwed in from the bottom. And there's, I think, supposed to be a plate across the front that the screws went through, and then there's foam in between. So there's like sandwiching the gear with these cross plates that grab a hold of the foam around it, and it like makes a foam sandwich, and that stabilizes the gear in the foam that's cut out. Well, the one, I'm guessing they made it out of wood and it cracked and broke in half and fell out of the airplane. So those screws were no longer attached to anything, so they're kind of just floating there. So I landed it in the nose gear. It didn't fold up, but it folded back, and it nosed the plane down enough that I think the props hit the ground. So I went out and picked it up. I didn't. Um, I didn't pick up the. I didn't realize what had happened. And I got back to my pit area and I noticed what was going on with the nose gear, and I'm like, oh, well, okay. So it's just a little fix. It's got to be fixed. Not a big deal. Um, and it'll be ready to fly again. Everything else is fine. Not a big deal. I'll easily make something up to take care of that, and it'll be good as new. Other than that, it's a good airplane. I like it. I'm very happy with it. You did a nice job on it. Um, I like the way they handled some of the stuff, like the rudder controls. On the bottom of the booms here, this is where the servos are, and there's a rod going back to the rudder from the bottom of the boom. The servo is actually mounted upside down, straight out of the bottom, with the servo arm off to the side, goes up to the control horn, and that's what controls the rudder. So there's a servo in each tail boom for the rudder, and then there's a second servo for the elevator. And the elevator is so big, because it goes from here to here. Um, there's two elevator servos. There's one on each boom, mounted in front of the rudder servos. The rudder servo arms are on the outside of the boom, and the elevator servo arms are on the insides of the boom, and they come straight back and grab this from each side. So you got two servos pushing the same elevator, one from each corner. And then the same thing with the rudders. You got servo on each side moving each rudder independently, well, together, but independently. Um, and it works out great. I mean, there's nothing about this plane I don't like, really. I mean, it's just a nice airplane. You know, it's yeah. I can't say anything bad about it. I really like this airplane a lot. I really do. It looks great. It flies great. It's a good airplane. Stinger, you don't have one of these, do you? Or are you just familiar with this brand or with this plane? Ugh. Yeah, no flaps. All the gear doors. This is kind of interesting. All the gear doors on here are sprung to close. Okay, so they're just following the landing gear up. So as the gears cycle up, the doors are coming in behind, and once the landing gear is out of the way, the doors are closed because they just keep following the gear right up in. So, and all three of them do the same thing. They got really stiff springs on them to follow the doors, the gear till they're closed. So it's a interesting concept. Instead of having a servo that operates the doors independently, um, this thing just follows with the tight springs. So it's pretty cool. Works well actually. Every once in a while, the nose gear will get hung on the door because of the way the wire. They have a second wire bent to go down and hold the gear down, or to hold the gear door down while it's follow while the door is following the gear up. It's riding along this thin wire, and I don't think they got the wire just long enough. So sometimes the door gets caught on it um, because the little follow wire just didn't go far enough down. So Channel 6 wants to do a show with me tomorrow night. Um, so yeah, maybe. Oh, sorry. Ugh. Ethan was here a minute ago. Um, where'd he go? Ethan, are you still here? Yeah, it's been a few minutes. Oh, my cricket's back. Stinger, I can tell you exactly what colors to use to get to be seen in the air. Red and yellow. Paint the plane red and yellow. Man, I'm telling you, you want to talk about two colors that just stand out in the sky. Red and yellow. So, paint the wings like yellow and put red stripes on it, or red wing tips, but yeah, red and yellow, and man, you'll be able to see it. Those colors are just fantastic to see in the sky. I don't know, GB. Ethan was here a minute ago, and Channel 6 just texted me, which is, they do a show together tomorrow night after Dave's show. Yeah. They jump on after Dave's show. Usually about 10:30ish. It depends on when Dave gets done. Or if Dave doesn't come on at all. Alright, GB. Have a good night, buddy. When I get done with the stream, I'll go check out your video. I just can't do it while I'm streaming. I don't know why. It won't let me do it. But I'll go check it out. Oh, really, Stinger? So I was just scrolling back up a little bit. So you've seen other people fly this plane, yeah? Yeah, it's what do they like it? I mean, have you heard from them? I really like it. I can tell you that. And the guy I watched on YouTube really liked it. Um, I'm not at all disappointed in this airplane. You know, especially for the $150. Yeah. Um, hey, GB, before you leave, um, you you commented last night in your show something about you had said something and you hoped you didn't offend me or something. What the hell are you talking about? You've never done anything to offend me. Um, did I miss something? Maybe there was a joke you did and I was either off the room or it went over my head. I don't know. Nothing surprises me these days. I'll be sure of that. But uh, oh, no kidding. Really? Wow, that's cool. So John has one of these. That's cool. Does he have the green one like mine or the silver one? Uh. Oh, I gotcha. Yeah, yeah. Did you know Dave was doing a fly-in when you did that, or did you just think I was stepping on Dave? Oh, that's cool. I'll have to check that out too then. Yeah, because I have other than that one guy's video on YouTube, it's the only one I've seen of this. Before I bought it, I bought this like 4 years ago, 4 or 5 years ago. I've had it a long time. It's a good airplane though. I really like it. It was cheap. It flies good. 3S. Yeah, it's just a good airplane. Oh, you were flying with Dave. Oh, I got you. I got you. Yeah, no, I listen. And you didn't hear this, but when I started the stream, I said, "Listen, I got the notification the same time all you did that Dave's just doing a fly-in, and then only 32 people can be there, flying because it's limited. The software limits it. So I just did a show for the guys that couldn't go in the fly-in, um, to give them something to do since you know because Dave only gave us like a 20-minute. Well, no, I think it was about a 40-minute warning that he wasn't doing a show. That he was going to do a fly-in, and no worries. And Dave came in the show and he was cool with it. And I said, hey, if you want to take it over, I'll gladly shut down and let you have it. And he said, no, just keep going. So he was okay with it. But yeah, um, but yeah, that's cool. You could have barked at me anyway. I wouldn't have gotten offended. I would have just said, well, Dave's already been here and said it was okay, and we're cool, and everything's cool. But you're just looking out for your fellow flyer. I get it. So not a problem, buddy. It takes a lot to offend me. Trust me. Um, I got a very thick skin, and I can usually see both sides of it. And if I think I have a point to make, I'll try to make it. If I think I'm just wrong, I'll just say, well, you know what? You're right. I shouldn't have done that. So, but yeah, I just, no problem. I just, like I said, I just did it because, I thought Um, there's no chat when he's flying. You know, you guys are just flying, and we can watch, but there's nothing going on that we can interact with. Um, and only 32 people can actually go in there and fly. So you're a pit bull. Yeah, believe me, I know that one. I definitely wouldn't want to piss you off for sure. um, but yeah, so I just thought, I did it so that the guys would have something to do on Monday night, and yeah, I didn't think it would be a problem because it wasn't going to interfere with Dave's flying. You guys were going to fly whether I was streaming or not. Uh, so that's why I did it. It wasn't to try to steal anything away from Dave. I just, you know, had he announced it earlier, I would have called him and said, "Hey, do you mind if I, go on or something?" But he kind of just sprung it on us at the last minute that he wasn't going to do any more, and he's not going to do any more as long as And Monday nights are just fly-ins now on Dave's show. He's not doing a show anymore, so there is no Monday night with the air marshal. It's go fly in air marshal's video game. And there's again nothing wrong with that, but for the rest of us that want to actually have talk, you know, I thought I'd give him something to talk, on in whatever. So that's all. No big deal, and no, I wasn't offended. Everything's cool. We're definitely all family. At least that's how I look at it. These guys, you guys, are all just family. Um, just this community of RC people are pretty cool for the most part. I got to tell a little story real quick. We had some guy come out to our field that's never been there before, and he brought out one of those little yellow cubs that's supposed to fly itself. He has no experience, never flown anything, wouldn't let anybody help him. He puts the plane up in the air and he's all over the place, right? He's flying over everybody's heads, over the pit area, over the cars, wide open throttle. He never cuts the throttle back, nothing. Flies behind the trees, kept saving it. We don't know how the hell he kept saving it, but it was obvious he couldn't fly. And he finally crashed it on the other side of the pasture fence on the other field where the cows are. So he walks over there and he opens the gate and gets his airplane, and he walks back out and leaves the gate open. And we're like, dude, hey, you got to close the gate. There's cows over there. You can't leave the gate open. So he goes back and I guess he closes the gate. And I think he had words with somebody over there. And then he got in his car and left. And so I'm very good friends with the owner, Bo. And we were chatting later, and I said, Bo, why do you put up with guys like that? And he said, what do you mean? The asshole left your gate open and then was like a dick about it. And he goes, well, he said it was his first time. I told him if it happens again, then it'll be the last time I'll tell him. So, but yeah, I just given him the benefit. But to me, that's just so rude. Why would you even want a guy back that can't even, close a door behind him? I mean, literally, it's just respect. And the guy obviously doesn't have any. So, I don't know. People like that really piss me off. There's no common courtesy, no respect for other people's property or anything. It's just like, they just really rub me the wrong way. People like that. So anyway, that's a guy that we don't need at the flying field. I hope he doesn't come back. He's dangerous and he's a dick. So it's rare do I find people like that in this hobby. I mean, and I've been all over. And like everybody says, this hobby is such a great hobby to meet really good people. Um, yeah, um, yeah. It's just you know, the two guys that I fly with are really good guys. I really like them, but you know, they're from New York, and I guess they just do things different there. I really like these guys, but they really kind of have that same kind of. You know, they'll eat a candy bar or a granola bar or whatever, and they just throw the wrapper on the ground. And I'm thinking, guys, who do you think's going to clean that up? Is your mom coming out here later? You know, pick your garbage up, dude. You know, and it just it doesn't occur to them that if they lay it on the ground, it's going to stay there. You know, pick up your trash. You know, Bo's not going to. You know, thank you, Stinger. You know, Bo's donating. You know, he's letting you fly in his property for free. He asks nothing of you other than to respect his property, and then you repay him by throwing your trash on the ground. Come on, think, guys, think. You know, so yeah, just stuff like that. I don't get it. I don't even know that my parents taught me to pick up after myself like that. Maybe they did, but it's just like, why would I expect somebody else to clean it up for me? I mean, it's my trash. Um, so I don't know. I just a couple of observations. These are really nice guys that I fly with. I really like them, but they don't tend to clean up after themselves, and I have to keep reminding them, hey, you know, take your trash with you. Don't forget. You know, I have no idea why that they have to be told, but whatever. Yeah, this is just a very special place. Several people have requested to be buried in this place, you know, this at this flying field, because it's on private property, and everybody loves Bo so much, and he just makes it a home for everybody. And you know, one of our flyers just died, uh, and and his ashes are going to be spread out there too. There, we don't know when yet. There's going to be a his wife's going to have a service out there for him. Um, but yeah, so he'll be out there forever as well. You know, and there's several guys that's where they want to spend the rest of their life at this flying field. And it's a beautiful piece of property, and the fun we have out there is with no rules, no fines, no fees, no nothing. Just come out and have a good time. And the only two rules are you don't park in Bo's parking place. That's rule number one. And rule number two is you don't drive your vehicles on the runways. You know, because he mows them every Friday. They've been rolled and smoothed and sodded and cut every Friday, and you don't drive your car on them because it'll ruin them. And he's put a lot of work into them. Those are the only two rules. After that, just have a good time. You know, the rest of it shouldn't have to be said, like cleaning up after yourself. So, and everybody does except these two guys. And then that new jackass that showed up from nowhere, and nobody even knew who he was. I don't even know how he found the field, honestly. You know, he must have got directions at the hobby shop or something from somebody that just casually said, "Oh yeah, there's a really great flying field out there," and you know, and this guy just came out and helped himself to it, didn't introduce himself to anybody, and you know, and then he left. I hope he's gone for good. I hope he doesn't come back. I hope whoever told him to close the damn gate pissed him off enough that he won't come back. You know, that'd be okay with me. I'd be very happy with that. Yeah, see, at our flying field, club's a four letter word. We don't have a club. You know, that implies dues and rules, and we don't have any of those either. And so yeah, it's the only thing they do for Bo. He won't listen. He won't even take money from you if you offer him to pay him. Like he's got one of those big long utility worker poles, you know, because he knows everybody. So he got a guy to get him one of those, and they're 40 feet long, Um, right? Is it 40 feet? Yeah, I think it's a 5 foot stick, and there's uh, 8 sections. Or is it an 8 foot stick and it's 5 sections? Let me think a minute. No, I think it's five because Bo wouldn't. If it was 8 feet, he wouldn't be able to reach it. So yeah, it's a 5 foot pole that extends out 8 times. You know, a pipe inside a pipe inside a pipe kind of thing, like a radio antenna. And so it'll extend up 40 feet. So he's gotten more and more airplanes out of trees out there, and there's no trees out there. I mean, if you're flying where you're supposed to be flying, there are no trees. So the guys keep flying where they shouldn't be flying, like behind the flight line. There's trees back here, and way, way, way the hell out, way past, like 1,000 feet to, quarter mile out. There's trees, and you shouldn't be over there either. I mean, there's so much room here. It's a 40-acre pasture we're flying in, with nothing in the middle of it. Nothing. It's all perimeter. There's trees around the perimeters, and guys keep finding the trees. So so he gets them out of the trees all the time with this big pole, and everybody offers to pay him to thank him for, and he won't take money from anybody, you know. So the only thing he does do, he has a roundup because he raises cattle, and he asks us to help um, twice a year. There's a day where it's a kind of a 2 day thing. The first day we just get them all herded into the one pen area, the one pasture. So there's all these pastures all over the property, and we herd them all into the one pasture and close all the gates so that they're all right there. And then day two, we herd them into the actual corrals, and we run them through the chute and deworm them, and then break off the babies, and the babies go to auction for sale. And he can't do it without our help, even though a lot of guys aren't really helping. They're better than nothing. That's how Bo puts it. He says, "Listen, I need their help, regardless. And some of them aren't that helpful, but I can't do it alone. So I need their help. So I'm kind of just have to go with it. So and then he gives us nice shirts. It's If you helped, you get a shirt with the logo on it, Hilton Ranch Roundup, and I got a plaque for getting run over by a cow, which I really didn't get run over by a cow, but they decided I needed a plaque for that anyway. Um, there was another guy that really did get run over by a cow, and he didn't get the plaque. So I don't know if they thought I was the one that got ran over or what happened there, but and then another guy got run up a tree by a cow, and he got a plaque. So him and I got the plaques for just to have fun. And and then at Christmas time we buy him Christmas gifts. Everybody coughs up some money, and we buy him a Christmas present, and he will accept that. He won't accept the cash, but when he gets gifts, and they usually collect a lot of money. Usually, about 2 grand, I guess. In that vicinity anyway, and because there's some pretty generous people out there, and there's a lot of us too. So, um, and they usually get him a gun. He's a big gun guy and an airplane guy. They usually get him an airplane or a gun or 2 airplanes or 2 guns, or every year it's different. And he will accept that. So that's the only way we can repay him, is help him with his cattle and buy him a Christmas present. So um, either way, it's you know we're getting off easy because for what he provides to us, he has cookouts all the time that he pays for. He makes chili during the winter. He's always making chili. He brings these big pots of chili out and feeds us all the time. And he's just a super great guy. And he's got like 300 model airplanes. I mean, I haven't even seen them all. He's got a big, I think it's a 28-foot trailer that's packed full of airplanes. There's probably close to 100 planes in that trailer. And then he says he's got 3 more trailers and a barn back at the house full of airplanes. And he said, I don't even know how many I have. And every time I talk about an airplane, oh, I got one of those. It's like, he's got one of everything, or 2 of everything. You know, he's got lots of 2s and 3s of planes that he really likes. So he's just a fanatic for this stuff. He loves it. So it's good to have a guy like that in your corner, you know, that has property, and we've got a flying field for life. You know, as long as he's alive, we got a place to fly. After he dies, we don't know. His daughter seems pretty anxious to just sell it and take the money. You know, she's not interested in the flying field at all. So, and he doesn't have a son. He only has a daughter and a granddaughter. So, so there's a good chance that when he dies, we're going to lose the flying field. You know, just because, you know, his daughter's going to want to sell it for the money. He was offered $50 million for it, and he didn't take it. I'm sure she would. So we got to keep him healthy. You know, you can't let him get run over by cows. We got to keep him healthy and make sure we have a place to stay for a long time. Oh, that's cool, John. Yeah, I'm gonna have to go watch that. First crash of the year, and then Numb Thumbs Award. Really? So I guess the numb thumbs is for the guy that flies the most, that's out there the most, flies the most planes. You know, has numb thumbs from all the flying. Is that what that award is? I'm guessing. And then of course, first crash explains it, self-explanatory. Rotor. Is that supposed to be Rotor Rooter? Rotor Ruta? Rotor Ruta Model Aircraft Club? Is that what that is? They just call ours. His last name's Hilton. No relationship to the hotel. Um, yeah, so his name's Hilton, and it's called the Hilton Air Park or Hilton Airfield. It depends on which sign you look at. So I haven't got a definitive answer from either Bo or anybody else which is correct, field or park. But there's signs up that say both. So that's, you know, it's private. It's not on any maps or anything. It's not an AMA field. No AMA required. No FAA required. Ever. You know, I don't know if you guys ever saw the Astronaut Farmer um, movie, but um, what's his name? Thornton. Um, I can't think of his name. The actor. Anyway, he's kind of a um, sort of an intimidating guy. And at one point, you know, he has a loan out on his farm, and an appraiser comes to appraise the property, and he looks at him and says, he's got like 800 acres or something, and he looks at the guy and he says, "Do you know how hard it would be to find a dead body out here in 800 acres?" The guy's got a little clipboard, and he looks over at him and he says, "Sir, I'm not your enemy." He says, "Well, you're damn sure not my friend." And he puts his clipboard away and walks off. So that's the way Bo would be. You know, if an FAA guy come out there, they'd never see him again. You know, there's rumors that there's a Volkswagen Beetle buried on the property somewhere. Yeah, that FAA guy will be in the Volkswagen Beetle wherever it's buried. Nobody will ever find him. You know, so yeah, he's not worried about the FAA or the AMA or anybody else. Which you're trying to find my field on Google Maps? I could give you a GPS number if you're looking for my field. Are any of you guys from New Zealand? I didn't know there was a model airfield app. Really? There's a model airfield app? Holy crap. So you're a New Zealand stinger. No shit. Do you go fly with Bruce? You been in any of his videos? No kidding. Wow, I didn't know about this. I gotta go look that up. Oh, no kidding. Really? Is it really bad in New Zealand? You got a lot of cases or something? Wow. Stinger, what are you saying? That there were 334 views on this on my video right now? Is that what you're talking about, or are you talking about people at? Oh, 334 people have the virus in New Zealand. Is that what you're talking about? Wow, that's a pretty small place for that many people. Wow, those aren't good odds. RC model aircraft fields. Wow. All right, I got it installing. I gotta check this out. Wow, that's crazy. I didn't. Shit. It's amazing how this thing is spreading. You know, and if it's the idiots that won't stay the fuck home. You know. Yeah. So in Clearwater, Florida, here, you know, there's all the restaurants are all closed and everything. So what's everybody think they're gonna do? Oh, we'll go to the beach. So there's like a billion people out on Clearwater Beach. I mean, wall to wall people everywhere. You know, geez, you want that virus to spread in a hurry? There you go. That's just brilliant. There's some thinking going on. Freaking dumbasses. So yeah, I just so that's got to be it right there. Oh no, that's Can-Am. Huh. Yep, our field's not on the. It's not on that list, guys. How about that? So let's see. There's that. There's that. So, uh, well, the road's there, which is the flying field. So that's kind of funny. Yeah, Hilton Road, it's there on this on their map, but they don't have us listed as a flying field. So that sucks. Well, maybe not. You never know. You never know what kind of people are gonna drop by. But yeah, Yeah, our field's not on the map is there, and our road's even marked Hilton Road, and it's that's where the field is, but they don't have it marked as a field, so that's interesting. Very, very interesting. All right, Stinger, I could check that out. We'll take a look at that. Now that's the field in New Zealand, right? And it's not on here either. Your field's not listed either. Wow, there's an awful lot of flying fields. Holy crap! Hmm. Well, it looks like there's a bunch of flying fields in New Zealand, according to this. Yeah. I guess this app won't give me the. Okay, I'll try that. Where do I type it at? Is there a search bar somewhere here? Find name. Oh, let's try that. So it's the rotor UA. Oh yeah, it came up in the app. There it is. Oh, that's pretty nice. Yeah, it's a nice runway. It looks nice. It looks nice and smooth. So, how big is that area you're flying in? How many acres is that? That's cleared around the runway. There's like one tree on the whole property. How many people have put a plane in that tree? There's a bright orange pickup truck, it looks like, under the tree. So somebody's there flying. Oh, that's hilarious. Oh, Air Marshal, you're back in here. Look at you. Holy crap. Yeah, you just missed GB Lennon. He was, had his boot up my ass for, walking all over your, your fly-in last night. He's got your back, buddy. He's ready to kick my ass. You were sleeping? Yeah, I kind of figured that. It's 3 o'clock, 3:30 in the morning. Most people are. you know, not us idiots, but most people are sleeping. Yeah, I was just. They just turned me onto that RC Flying Field app. I didn't know that existed. It's pretty cool. You can look up any. Well, our field's not on it, but um, you can look up any RC airfield on this app. It's pretty cool. You woke up and had to eat some fat and coke, huh? There you go. Oh, you guys are hilarious. Yeah, came back for a calorie count. Yep, that's it. Here, let me get my app out. I'll figure out how much that. Oh my god. Well, the Coke was 120 calories right there. I don't know what the fat you ate, but that's hilarious. Ugh. Wow. A tuna salad sandwich. Yeah, a sandwich. Oatmeal pie. One of those oatmeal pie cookies with the cream icing in the middle. Is that what you had? And a Coke. Oh, 140 calories. Sorry, get it right. Yeah. Oh, God. Ah, Randy's back. Pull my finger. I read the pull my finger first, and then I knew it was Randy. That was hilarious. Oh, that was really funny. Damn, that was funny. Yeah, those are really good little oatmeal cookies. That little cookie pie thing. I don't know how many calories does that thing have. I don't have that looked up yet. Oh my god! I'm sure it's on the wrapper, back of the box, either one. Oh my god, you guys are hilarious. Get your ass to bed. You talking to me? You talking to me? Huh? You talking to me? Oh my god, that's hilarious. Probably 1,000 now. I don't think it's quite that bad, but I'm sure it's more than the 140 the Coke was, and you have to add that to it. So, oh, that's hilarious. No, I'm not sleeping. I'm just reading. I was reading Bill or John Hill said GB talking about you on his Wild Bill video comments. Talking about who? Which one of us is he talking about, John? Oh, tuna in oil or water. Okay, I figured it out. I got it. That was oh, who was JB GB was talking about me in the video? Really? Oh, well, I definitely have to watch that one then. What were you guys flying? Oh, the little Folker. Oh god, that's hilarious. I guess the midget strippers came up then. Oh, that's hilarious. Oh my god. Yeah, Dave, he was practicing for Joe Nall. Earth to Kenny, I'm here. What's up? I'm here. I'm right here. Am I? What am I missing here? Am I behind? Am I? It doesn't say I'm behind. Did it do that again to me? Yeah, right. I was looking up flying fields on my phone while you guys were chatting in the chat window. Multitasking. Yeah, that's what they call it. Hey guys, I'm gonna step out for a second. I'm gonna pee. It's not urgent, but I just figured I'd relax my bladder a minute. So give me 1 second. I'm gonna go pee. All right, what'd I miss? Nothing. You guys didn't talk at all while I was gone. The hell? Yeah, honey Chuck, I got you by 1 year. Started in '73. Um, so you got the pits all together. How was it? Is it nice? You like it? I'm excited. I mean, I really want that plane. A lot of guys at the field bought the E-Flight one, the little teeny one. Um, that didn't interest me at all. Um, this is the one I want, the big one. Yeah, me too, honey Chuck. You and I are cut from the same cloth, man. I got boats, I got submarines, I got hovercrafts, trucks, cars, um, obviously planes, helicopters, quadcopters, tricopters. Um, what the hell else have I got? A front end loader. That was a New Bright toy. I tell you, New Bright made some really cool shit. They got a D9 dozer I want to get. I gotta see if I could find one. It was out a couple years ago. They had it at Rural King. We have a farm store here called Rural King, and yeah, during Christmas, if somebody comes out with that kind of stuff, they usually have it. And yeah, they had that big D9 dozer there, had lights and everything on it, working blade, the whole bit. It was really cool. It was like $200 though, and I didn't want to spend $200 on it, so I didn't buy it. But it was really cool. It's big too. Christ, it was like this big. It was a big son of a bitch. Um, my loader's not that big. It's about like that, about that tall maybe. Um, but yeah, very cool. Which plane do you have from FMS Stinger? Oh, Dave, are you out flying your little Falker now too? Oh my God! What? Hey Stinger, what VQ planes do you have? Oh, the pill. What is it? So you have the Pilatus PC6. Yeah, I knew you got two of them for battle because everybody kicked in enough money for you to get two of them. Um, what size? What size is it going to be, my honey Chuck? Think, Kenny fell asleep. Think about what? What am I missing here? Well, honestly, I think we'll have more fun at Fall Mall anyway, Dave. Um, Jonel's just too busy. It's I think the rules are going to be more rigid, stricter. Just I mean, I've never been to either one, but I just from what I've seen on other people's videos, and there's a lot of Jonel videos up. Um, it looks like because of how busy it is, they just have to be that regimented on how procedures go because somebody's going to get hurt. There's just too much going on. So as much as I'd like to see all those cool airplanes, I don't think it's going to be any fun to fly. Yeah, I don't think it's going to happen. They said they're gonna announce it by the 11th, right? Wasn't it the 11th, or was it sooner than that? Yeah, probably, Dave. More than likely, it's going to be Fall and All to be the little Falker showdown. By then, you might have quite a few more people buying them, since they're still on sale and still available. Of course, someone might just show up with assault with camel and shoot all your asses down. Oh, okay. April 1st. Okay. All right, honey Chuck. Have a good night, buddy. Right. It's not a sale price anymore. It's $59.99 everyday price now. So I guess they found the magic number that could sell airplanes, so they just make it that number. All right, we can sell them $59.99. Buy all you want. So yeah, it might there might be a few more buyers by null in the fall. We might have a whole gaggle of them out there. All right, Stinger. Have a good night, buddy. It's good talking to you. Hey, what time is it in um, New Zealand right now? Yeah, Dave, I think you're probably right. You know, it's probably going to spread way faster than they want, and they're going to shut everything down because you can't get people to just follow the rules. You know, stay away from everybody. You know, stay at home. You know, just they're not going to do it. If they didn't do it, I wouldn't have to go to work. See, if everybody just stay the fuck home. But no, no, that's not going to happen. What are you thinking? I don't know. Just being retarded, I guess. Well, I don't know if they'll be infected when they get there, but if they get infected while they're there, they're all going to be dead. you know, and my dumbass wife wanted to go get her nails done. I said, "Are you nuts? Do you want to die? You're 71 years old. You're a prime candidate to die from this shit, and you want to go to a place where they do nails? Christ, if there's any place you're going to catch the virus, it's going to be there. Jesus." Yeah, exactly. At least a couple thousand. From what I've seen, that place is packed for the big show. Somebody said there aren't any vendors at the fall show. I don't believe that. No. As a matter of fact, didn't Motion release the airliner at the Null fall show? Isn't that where Wes was at? It wasn't the big Null, it was the fall Null, wasn't it? Which people are you talking about? Vietnamese people. What the hell are you talking about? Where did they come from? You know, that's what I thought. So, hell, Motion's the only vendor that counts. Who gives a crap who else is there? Now I know FMS was there because Rich was there, so he's representing FMS. So I know Rich was there. So, um, oh, at the nail salon, I gotcha. Okay, yeah, uh, yeah, but infected people are going to be the ones that come in with they want getting their nails done, which is going to infect the whole place, and then yeah. I just told her. I said, listen, I don't think it's a good idea you go there. So, so this is what usually happens, Dave. You know, there's 11 people in the room, but you and I are the only ones talking. Oh, there's Tim. What? The store's out of sugar and raisins? Holy crap. But now they have toilet paper, right? Did you just go to the store now? Oh, they got plenty of prunes. Well, there you go. I have it on good authority that Klingons like prunes. Just so you know. Not going to put that on oatmeal now? No, that's something you put on grits. uh, yeah, just buy some grapes. Instant raisins. You got it. You don't even have to work at that. Oh god, it's an old joke, but still funny as hell. Oh, that's so funny. Hey, what's wrong with brown sugar? Are you prejudiced? What's up with that? Oh god. All right, guys, I'm gonna call it. I gotta go to sleep. I gotta go pick up that car tomorrow. Today. So, but thanks for being here, guys. Had fun as always. It's always good to have you guys here. Thanks for coming back in, Marshall. Now go to bed. You've had your snack. Go to bed. Jesus. All right, guys. I'm out. We'll call it a night. I'll see you guys later. We'll probably see you in Dave's show tomorrow night, guys. So, have a good night.